Good evening. Welcome to Black Metal and Brews, a program in which I spend the spookiest night of the year dressed up like it's the mid 80s, so that I can entertain, well, I mean, kind of myself, to be fair, but maybe you too, I hope. It's been a weird fucking year. I think many of us would be out enjoying ourselves in some fashion. This is one of my favorite. I mean, Halloween is pretty much my thing. I'm sure it comes as a great surprise that my, usually dressed in black on black on black ass, who grew up goth as fuck. It's shocking. I know that I like Halloween. Uh, like I feel like Lydia from Beetlejuice was like probably one of my first crushes, but I was too young to even realize it. I just thought she was really cool, you know. Like that's the level we're on with Halloween, you know. So it's really weird to be spending it indoors, specifically indoors, alone with beer and food and tapes. But we're making the most of it. And even though I think it could take a really bleak turn, that's why I'm here doing this to create a sense of togetherness for all of us. And so I'm not even sure where to dive in. I've got so much cool shit planned for us tonight. This is probably going to run long, at least if anybody wants it to. I want it to, I think. I have no idea. I've got like 5 cassette tapes set aside. So first off, I'll throw a tape on, and this is one of my favorite Halloween tapes. These wonderful folks in Portland, Oregon, where I used to live, the really cool kids started this like record label called Toxic Slime Records, and they had the Cauldron. Look at that frog is just chilling in the cauldron because even the frog knows how fucking cool this is. Uh, Yo, what's up? I got people I love in here already. It's great to see you guys. Uh, you know, big love, Kira. Yeah, I'm not glad your movie night got pushed back, but I'm glad you're here. In its stead for now. And Mysterious Dots, I know exactly who you are. It's good to see you too. We got the Cauldron, a mixtape from Toxic Slime Records. Now, the cool thing about these young folks is that you'll see it's a mixtape. All these different bands on the same label, but each band is actually like the same 4 people. They just hop around instruments. All the songs are Halloweeny, which I think makes it perfect for us to start with. Songs about candy corn, about ghosts, about science experiments. I fucking love it. I think it's just a delight. And you can tell that this jacket is from me being a little bigger. I'm not quite so chubby anymore, which no complaining, but I definitely would see a tailor for that that boob poof there. That I did not plan on. Okay. So, all right. So we're gonna listen to the Toxic Slime Cauldron. Oh, Jaden, hello, I love you. It's good to see you. Such beautiful friends I have. I'm really grateful for you all. And look at this. Look at the inside. Look at that. Yeah. Hell yeah. Now, I got a beer. I mean, I guess I always have a beer, don't I? It's Black Metal Brews. Look at this. Baron Von Doom, barrel aged fruited sour. This guy looks regal as fuck. Blackberry, pomegranate, lemon zest, vanilla. 6% alcohol, so it'll be safe. We're not getting blackout drunk on YouTube. I mean, I don't get blackout drunk ever. That's just not me. But yeah, this is like some mad scientist music. I love it. And again, this beer is from KCBC, same as the ones I was drinking the other night. with our friends from Mizmore, Hell, Mania, etc. You know, and I realize when I do these, I always acknowledge, or try to, all of our friends who join us live, but, you know, there's a lot of really cool people that tune in probably after the fact, and I love you all too. So, look at this. It's fucking Halloween. Cheers. Look at this too. This is like, I love this glass. Fucking cheers. Oh, that's wonderful. It's like big and juicy and tart, and oh, I love that. This is a dangerous beer. I'm glad I only have one of it because I would drink this. I will drink this too fast. I know me.
Orange, yellow, white, I wanna take a bite.
This song's about candy corn. But, I mean, leave your controversial candy corn opinions, okay? Tell me what you think. Oh, shit. Tell you what, leave those opinions while I go get a nap, because I'm about to eat some vegan hot wings. We're going to suffer, because we're doing the trick before the treat. I got those Vile Creature gummy worms. You know, getting real wild here on Halloween. I'll be back in like 2 seconds while I get some paper towels so I don't make a mess in my white jacket.
That's whoa, hey buddy. Getting a little close to my candy corn. I'll stuff them in my jeans till they're splitting at the seams. I'll lick my fingers clean, always see them in my dreams. Do the candy corn, cream the candy corn, cream the candy corn, cream the candy corn.
Ah, yes. Yeah. So, our one candy corn opinion, I prefer the candy pumpkins. I know I've had those, and I don't remember the last time I had. I don't remember the last time I had either, to be fair. Trying to be gentle on my body in terms of sweets. I say as I prepare to eat gummy worms tonight, you know. Gummies are my fucking weakness. If you, like, gummies and cookies, like, oh my god. But, like, a lot of stuff people usually go for some reason, I'm lucky not to be as into. This might be my favorite one. This is a song about wearing a witch's hat. About having the hat. It's a good hat.
The day I wore a witch's hat, I went to town and tried to chat. All the people just sit and sat.
These are all kind of hot. I don't know which one to do first. Let's start with Nukes. Kind of hot. This is like the mild version of the Oreo sauce. I love that. All right, I got my wing, I got my sauce. Oh, jeez. And I have already made a mess. It came out so fast. Oh, it's good though. Madeline, I'm for one, I'm glad to see you. I adore you. And I've never had a particularly strong feeling, but I love how much. Actually, I love how much people hate candy corn. Fuck yeah, Kira. Hi, Kira's partner. If I knew your name, I'd say it. I love you. So, this hot sauce, if you like hot sauce, I'm addicted to this. which is why the bottle is as low as it is. It's like a banana habanero hot sauce. I don't know why, but I love sweet heat, and I could fucking drink this. It's not that hot, but it's got like a little mint, so you know, perfect if you're a wimp like me. And oh, in Halloween fashion, I mean, I'm drinking water, but it's out of my Moon Worshipper mug. I love the little witch hee-hees. Makes me so fucking happy. Alright. Next, I am eating the Axe Slasher Sriracha style hot sauce from Sauce Leopard. If you don't know Axe Slasher, they're like a horror metal band from I think from Denver, Colorado. They whip ass, and this is like a sriracha style sauce. So I figure that's probably going to be second in my list of heat tiers here. Gonna just chomp on the sugarcane drumstick. It's another good reason to eat the vegan ones instead of the other ones. There's no bones in these. You can just fucking chomp down. The worst thing that happens is you eat sugarcane. I like sugarcane. Make sure this time I don't spill sauce everywhere. Okay. See that? That's a healthy little bit of sauce.
I am hungry of new discovery.
Oh my God.
I found the key to immortality. I ask myself,
Do any of you have cool costumes tonight?
This is just the start.
If you do, like, let me know. I can throw you live on here with me, and we can admire each other's costumes, gaze longingly into one another's eyes. Okay, so this is okay. It's a sriracha type sauce. It's pretty mild, but it's really it's got a delicious flavor.
But I just did not care. When the people see it, they will gasp in surprise and honor my name with a Nobel Prize. This perfect creature will change the world. A little monster pet for every boy.
I think the tapes for this have been sold out for years, but this is available on vinyl. And if you like it, when you watch it after the fact, I'm going to leave a link to the vinyl in the comments. I should have done it before, but I'm me. I'm a clown. You know. And yeah, you'll be a little late for this year's Halloween, obviously, since you'll be placing your orders for this record after Halloween. But like Halloween 2021 is probably going to be more exciting, even if it's just because the world has ended and we don't exist. That's more exciting than this, right? Like, because now it's like, what are you doing? You're like stuck with your ennui or some shit? I don't fucking know. I'm just the kind of asshole who uses words like ennui on YouTube for no actual reason. Ah!
Are you a ghost?
I love that.
I'm not a ghost.
I'm glad that you copped the vinyl.
You gotta be kidding. You gotta
Like, it's like fun, wholesome, but like just subversive enough, like kind of punky, garage rocky. It's playful. So, keeping with the band themed hot sauces, we get the hella hot sauce brain jerk, made for the band Ghoul. You may know them. Ghoul are wonderful. They're splatter thrash. They fucking rip. I've seen related projects, but I've never seen Ghoul. My favorite song of theirs is their cover of Kids in America called "Killing Kids in America." It's a fucking, it's a classic. It brings a tear to my eye. So in case you've ever been mistaken for a ghost, this can be your song. This sauce is so tasty.
You are a ghost, and everyone knows.
It's got almost like a little bit of curry spice to it or something. Like orange is the first ingredient. It's really interesting sauce. I highly recommend it, even if you're not a fan of ghoul, but you should be a fan of ghoul. Like, why the fuck wouldn't you be?
Alright, fine. Could a ghost do this? Ghost drums.
Ghost drums.
Ghost synthesizer.
So again, you can see a healthy smear sauce. Delicious. Cool. This one's actually finally got a little heat to it.
Whatever.
And again, not too much. If you're a spicy person, this is probably perfect for you. I'm somewhere in between, so I'm feeling a little bit of heat. Okay, this is made by the Hella Hot Sauces. So, they're in the Bay Area. Almost all of these sauces I'm doing are pretty small operations. Fucking support them if you like hot sauce. And this beer is a small operation too. KCBC here in New York. Support them. Hey, what is up? We got our friend Jang Cam Grams coming in here. It's a little loving tonight, you know. I'm feeling a little uncomfortable. And all this love in the room. All this creepy sound in the room. And all this really spicy food I'm about to eat. I did bring a bag of pita chips so that I can just eat something that's like neutral if I suffer too much. Because then I gotta eat my sugar after this. It is Halloween after all. Okay. I got another sweet heat sauce, but this one's a little hotter. This is the Colfax Killer from Sauce Leopard, the same people that made that axe slashing sauce. This is a mango habanero sauce. And it's got a fair amount of heat to it, but again, not an unmanageable degree. Cool. Wow, this is gonna be so tasty. Oh shit, I'm like dropping things now. There are people who are like professional like YouTubers, like they film stuff and like edit it and stuff. Somebody once told me like you can do X, Y, or Z in post-production, and I'm like, yeah, man. I have no idea what that would even look like. Post-production? What do you take me for? Like an adult? Like, fuck. I'm just a clown with too much time on my hands. And somehow people actually pay attention. So, you know, like the, you know, if a kid acts out and you notice and like give them attention, so they keep misbehaving. That's like me and YouTube and all this shit. Like, I'm just wasting all of our time, and I'm gonna keep doing it as long as you guys keep letting me. So, a healthy little streak, maybe a little less. So you know what, we're gonna add to it. I'm not wimping out on you guys. Not after the last time when I quite literally turned the stream off like the second I ate the spiciest one because I was suffering. Ooh, that's delicious. Jank says, I mean, I'm an adult. I'm sitting here in pajama pants drinking chocolate milk in a dark room. I mean, yes, theoretically, I mean, adulthood has no confines other than literally being over a certain age or having reached a certain part in your biological development or growth or whatever. I'm using the wrong terms because I'm not a goddamn doctor. However, I'm not sure if either one of us sounds like we're properly living an adult life, or it's not one that society would view as such, and that's okay. Thankfully, I'm gonna live to be like 100, and so if it takes me till I'm 60 to figure this shit out, I can live with that. Okay. This is really good, and it's pretty hot, but I'm gonna put more on it because we all deserve a show, right? There we go. Dropping that sauce in there. All right, there we are. Cool. Swamp Chick. Anybody like the Cramps? Look at how goth this drink is, man. Look at that shit. It's like the color cranberry juice. You should get wings, Kira. Put something spicy on them. Or don't. You don't have to. So now I'm going to actually put the hot stuff. Well, Kira says yes, but I've only heard the first album in regards to my Cramps question. Well, I mean, their other albums are also albums by the Cramps. They're all pretty fucking good. You might enjoy them. I do. Finally, because it's not a proper time without me actually suffering for you, Dave's Insanity Sauce. It's like, I am drawn to things that make me hurt. I have noise cassettes. A lot of them, excuse me. I have tattoos, like, in my fucking armpit. I used to have piercings in places that were really uncomfortable. I'm drawn to emotionally unavailable women. I love things that hurt. And with that in mind, I'm going to drink the Insanity Sauce on YouTube. Swamp Chick. Alright, so as you can see, I'm a little less generous with this pour. But it's not going to be very generous to me either. So, Oh, okay. I always forget that the Insanity Sauce is like violently painful. This one I can actually stomach a little. Oh, there it is. I put more on it than I should have. I'm not pouring any more of this on my wing. I have tricked myself, and now I'll get my treats. Good God. Ooh, that's hot. It is good, but, oh, man.
Right there.
5 vegan wings, 5 hot sauces, and it's Halloween. Spiders, spiders, spiders.
Inside your bed, they'll build a web within your head.
Spiders.
They'll use their fangs, give you a bite. Be prepared for one
Okay. That burns. It does burn. I want to say it's about 60,000 Scoville, that one. So I'm going to eat a couple pieces of pita chip to numb that burn. Ooh. Feeling like a clown on the internet again. Whew. All right. Well, and coming back down to earth. Yeah, coming back to earth. I think I got this. I've survived. I'll throw up later. Cool. All right. Well, I got that. I survived. Kinda. I also left out the hottest hot sauce because I didn't want to have a repeat of that other time. Maybe next time. Next time you can watch me really, really hurt. Because you like that, don't you? There's some part of you that enjoys witnessing the misfortune of others. Not to the degree where you're like, oh, that person's dead, but like, where when you know they're going to be okay, you're like, oh yeah, it was kind of, I don't know. We have a human connection with that sort of an experience, I guess. So, you know, that's the thing. You've learned something about yourself tonight, haven't you? Oh boy. Well. So, before I do the candy, because it's so early and I'm trying to make this run long because I have so many fucking tapes. Do you want to watch me open my mail? Do we even give a shit about that anymore? I feel like Blue's Clues with mail time. I don't know. You know what? I'm going to open my mail. Because I have mail. And maybe it'll give me a chance to introduce you to something you will like. I think, I hope. I don't know, man. I'm just here on the internet trying to, you know, like supplement my therapy sessions by doing this. So, Kira shares, the most intense expression of my enjoyment in seeing weird pain is watching that video of the dead whale being blown the fuck up by dynamite in Oregon in 1970. Historically, I know of it, but I've never actually watched the video. So, first up in things that I'm watching tonight, or opening for us tonight,
immeasurable joy. I might have to watch that video. I never thought I really wanted to see it. I know about it. You know, that's a big piece of history there. But this was a tape that I think went up for sale in June from Dream Crusher, called Another Country. It's fantastic. It's a mixtape released by Purple Tape Pedigree. Can you see that? If you don't know Dream Crusher yet, it is I believe the term is queer nihilist revolt music, and it Dream Crusher, the artist Luane, they make some of the most just beautifully chaotic stuff I've seen. Had the good fortune of seeing them live shortly after I moved to New York, maybe like February 2017 or something, and it was just one of the most gripping live things I've ever seen. And I've been to plenty of noise shows with angry, stupid-ass dudes doing angry, stupid-ass dude things, and this was a hell of a good noise show. So, look at this beautiful art. So, again, I'll link to this on in the comments. You can look it up on Bandcamp. Don't believe you can buy this tape anymore, but maybe you can listen to it and buy the digital and support the artist. A gifted artist who mostly makes a living off their art, or strives to rather. You could help them continue to strive to make a living off their art. I think this is another ripper of a song. It's like a fucking stoner jam. Super fun. Boy, I don't know if you can see. I've got incense burning in here to get me in the Halloweeny mood, but it doesn't look like it's showing on the computer screen, but I'm seeing it in my field of vision. So, let's see, I got 3 other packages here. Let's open this one. I feel like a kid playing dress up in this huge-ass jacket. When I was really sick last year, I weighed a lot more than I weigh now. And this was actually my size. It's not my size anymore. No judgment on people who are of a different size. It's just not the size that I happen to be. But if you feel good and then that is good. So we're not getting into weight conversation here. Just acknowledging that I happen to be more of a weight that's good feeling for me now. Isn't that something? So got the Heartworm Reader, issue number 1, with Dreamboat Alan Vega on the cover. All right, Kira, thanks for being here. Enjoy your movie time.
I want to tell a story, if you have time. I'll tell you about how I'm a toxic slime. I move real slow, but that's not a crime. I'm taking my time 'cause I'm a toxic slime.
I'll talk more after this song. It's kind of a vocal number,
You can mute me if you like, it won't cost a dime. Not this time, 'cause I'm a toxic slime. don't give me a fun. I don't have money, I'm a toxic slime. I could sing you a song, but it might not rhyme. I ain't no poet, I'm a toxic slime.
Look at that. That's beautiful.
I could bake you a cake, it'll taste divine. I'm a pretty good chef and I'm a toxic slime. I love to stay and talk, but I don't have time. I gotta get going, I'm a toxic slime.
Gotta get going. So, the first book from the Heartworm Reader, it is it's a collection of writing featuring in the full disclosure, I bought this. Oh, it comes with its own bookmark in it. I didn't know that, obviously. My dear friend Zach Lopez is one of the featured writers here. You can see his name there. It's alphabetical, so look for the L's. But there's also, you can see Genesis Breyer, P. Orridge, rest in peace, of Psychic TV and Throbbing Gristle fame, Alan Vega of Suicide fame, Alexis Marshall of Daughters, all sorts of talented individuals, people whose minds and words are fascinating. I'm very excited to read this and dip in and see what it's got. It's, it's not short. So it should be nice. I believe it's mostly poetry. I'm not entirely certain. And, this was very much I want to throw a little love in the direction of a friend. And Heartworm Press is run by, I can't pronounce it, Wes Isold, I don't know, of the band Cold Cave. And look at that cute little book, Heartworm. That is just charming. Our first cassette for the night has ended. And, we had our spooky Halloween music, and now we're going to have a different kind of spooky Halloween music, won't we? Sounds like one of my roommates has either just come home or just left. Hopefully I'm not bothering them too much. I do worry about that. Now that I live with other people and not somebody with whom I am more closely entwined, I don't know. These walls are paper thin, man. I don't want to be a disruption. So I hope I'm not. Next up, I say as I pull out this tape. This tape is by his band called Coltes des Ghouls. I'm not from where they're from, so I don't know how they pronounce it. Cult of Ghouls. They're a black metal group. This album is called Henbane. It comes like wrapped up in its own fucking rope. It's, I think, one of the best black metal cassettes of the 2000s. I think it came out in 2013, maybe. My memory is not what I'd like for it to be. And holy shit. That's right. I have to untie this to get it out, and I really don't want to do that. That's really a little frustrating, but as you can see, this is actually tied through the cassette. So I have no choice right now but to untie it. I may never get this back again. I remember, this is why I mostly listen to this song in digital, or this album in digital form. It's not easy to just, tie up your fucking cassette like this. Kudos to whoever had this genius idea to make it impossible like this. But also, we have things to enjoy them, not to keep them as art pieces. So, Oh yeah. Look at this shit. Okay. Uh the art on this is dark. It's like in dark green, so it is hard to see. And then, like now that it's untied, you can like roll it all out, and you can see the the marks for where you're supposed to put the rope. Okay, so I will be able to tie this up again. Just probably not after a beer. I mean, I always act like beer has such an effect on me when to be fair, I mean, it really doesn't, not to that degree. Looks like I've got this on the B side, so I'm just going to take a second to get it to play from the beginning because I mean, I've got nowhere to go tonight. Do you? I'm going to fast forward it so we can hear the entirety of Henbane by Cultipicals. Oh, I am digging the vibe in my room as well. It's a nice room. You should see it sometime. I'm glad you're here, Chris. It's good to see you. But yeah, no, I mean, I've got string lights so that I never have to turn on that fucking wretched overhead light again. It makes my skin look red. I mean, my skin probably is a little reddish. I'm from one of those regions where we have like pink ass skin, I think. But so be it. Yeah, it's Halloween, and Chris, it looks like you missed me eating hot food. You can see the bottle of the hot sauce. So I did it. I only died a little for a couple minutes, and then I was fine because I wimped out. It's good to wimp out. Can actually still carry the fucking night onward, right? Can't we? So, at some point, this tape will achieve its, fast forwarding, and I will get there. You will watch it afterwards, Chris. You will. It'll be beautiful, I'm sure. I mean, it's fine. Jank, you refused to use the red light in your room separately yesterday night. That's wise. I quite literally have these string lights plugged in. Except for when I'm asleep. I wake up and shower, get my coffee and stuff, and when I'm in my room, I plug in the string lights because I keep my curtains closed mostly too. So it's just nice ambient light. It's not too dark, not too bright, and I can. I don't know what I can do. I can be me here in my room, where the walls are the color of the ocean, and I can listen to my Halloween-ass music. I'd love to know what this is from. This has to be a sample. I know so many fucking horror geeks. If you hear this and know what this is, tell me. I'll watch it. Like, even if I piss myself, I'll watch it. I feel like David Byrne in the big suit. Be having romantic endeavors with my lamp. I love David Byrne, but also the big suit. I have 2 more pieces of mail to open. Yeah. Shay or Gray? Yeah, they would be, wouldn't they? They don't watch this though, Chris. Why would they watch it? I mean, maybe Shay will watch it if I draw attention to this lovely plotting cassette behind me. This album is Halloween music.
You fucking know it. Oh my gosh. This is the shit I live for. Like, yes, I'm alive for this. I have a pretty pathetic life. You know, we're gonna save the best for last. Actually, I don't know if it's the best. It's a good one. These next two packages are both from friends of mine, so I didn't realize that. We're gonna open this one first, though. So this package came from my friend Noah. How's the volume level, guys? Can you hear me? Can you hear the music? Is it all okay? It sounds great to me. I'm kind of talking loud, but it's fine. All right. So Noah runs or has run this record label called Sol y Nieve for as long as I've known him. This is not a Sol y Nieve package, I don't believe. It's a related one. It's one of my favorite bands. So many killer fucking bands on his label, and he's in so many killer bands. And even look at this. Hopefully, I'm allowed to put this on the internet now. Love you too, dude. I've been asked, hey man, do I know who released a new album today? My friend Garrett released a new album today. Knappelgeist, I think. There's a lot of Halloween new releases though, so throw it at me. Who released a new album today? I mean, yeah, I do know who, but also I have no idea who. The problem is when people do this, I will keep this fucking mailer now. Thanks, Noah. Psycho Not 4. That's that Russian DSBM, yeah? I know them, but I don't know them, if that makes sense. Like I know I've heard it. I feel like I even enjoyed it, but my recollection is thin. Awesome. All right. Oh, hell yeah. Look at this. So Noah is in a band now called Seven Chains. It's massive shit. And I now have, both of their cassettes. Look at that. That's a beauty. Thus she speaks, the spiraling Maranatha. So, what are we spinning now? I've been asked. It's Cultes des Gules. This is one of the most Halloween albums ever released, in my opinion. This album's called Henbane. It came out in 2013. It's one of the greatest black metal albums of the last 20 years or more, in my opinion. And so, okay, consider Suicide Losing. I've never heard of that. So, for one, thank you. It's a new name. And two, I'll check it out. I've been asked if I can write it down, so I'm going to write it down, and then I'm going to throw my own message up on the screen. So, Cultes des Gules is what we are listening to right now. The album is called Henbane. If you look them up, you'll see it. They don't have that one. The Spectres over Transylvania, fantastic. Accent, fantastic. Coven or Evil Ways Instead of Love, fantastic. A lot of people consider Coven their best, and it's not wrong. It's a really long album, though. They made it. I want to say it's like that one's like 2 hours long. This is a manageable length, but Seven Chains, fucking killer band. So I showed you this one. This one's a little harder to see. Just, you know, 7, you can kind of see it. The burden of the glare of the computer screen. My only source of light, but also my greatest enemy. And Noah is so lovely. Sent me a patch, a sticker, and a pin, all with the Seven Chains logo, which is a Roman 7 surrounded by chains. Noah is, again, as real as it gets. And my heart is full receiving anything from him. Time for a sip of beer before I open this last one up. All right. So, as I said, we're kind of saving the best for last. Although, again, Noah's also the best. And so is Dream Crusher. I mean, this is all the best. There's no actual best here. Shouldn't have used that phrase. I'm going to overthink this now, and it's committed to YouTube forever. I can't unsay that. But here we are. Have I heard of Bergatone? No, I haven't. That's a new name to me. So again, thank you. I learn about so much shit doing this, which is cool. Like, anybody that's up here pretending to be an authority, pretending to know everything, is either a liar or they have even less of a life than I do. And that's hard to do, man. My existence is pathetic. Like, you don't want to be me. So, this package came from Colloquial Sound Recordings, one of my favorite record labels in the world, run by one of my favorite musicians in the world. And his name is Damien Master. His band is called The Pregnant Light. Well, that's one of his many bands. Look at this. So it's a beautiful kind of like over the breast pattern there. And then on the back, you got this really cool Pregnant Light. Look at that. That is wild design for that shirt. I'm so excited. I'm going to look so fucking cool. Okay. And now, you know what? That is ringing a bell to me. Oh my god. What is his other project? He's got another one that's like... His other thing is Knittinger, right? Or Knittinger or whatever. I know that one. It is an awesome shirt. Maybe you can still get one of these. I don't know. I hope you can, because you should have one if you like the band and the music. And then there's also, media in addition to shirts. Tape. And I know how Damien is. All right, cool. So, tapes and stickers and stuff. Whenever you order from Damien, you're going to get some sort of extras thrown in. Shiny Colloquial Sound sticker. Shiny Colloquial Sound sticker. I've got 2 of them. If I love you, I'll let you have one. business card. I've got a shirt with that dragon on it, where if you look carefully, it is trying to get this where it's in focus. It is shoving a knife through its own head. And on the back, Joker's wild. Oh yeah, it's name infraction date. Oh, that's good. Dude's eye on design is impeccable. And then also the music that he elects to release. Now, as I try to do, I haven't listened to most of this stuff. I wait. Okay, and this feels like a sample from something. This album is full of them, to be fair. The atmosphere is unrivaled. I fucking love it. So this is the new Axamite cassette. I haven't heard it, but Axamite is metal punk of the highest order. I don't even. I mean, obviously I can't describe this because I haven't heard it yet. But I love this band. I've loved this band for years. I will continue to. Oh, right! This is the demo tape for Prideless Lions, a classic Axamite album. If you've never heard Axamite before, oh, I mean, for one, Bandcamp, you can catch up, but also, here's demos for a classic, and that's really cool. Look at that. Pre-production demos manifested with ancient spiritual power. Yeah, it's from 2010. So this is 10 years ago that shit came out. Or that was recorded, rather. And the demos are out now. So, check it out. It's really good. I love this sort of vocal. Then we've got Damian Master's, eponymous project, just under his own name, Damian Master. Hey, I'm fully aware of this issue. It is too hard to see because as I'm showing, the light in front of me is the light of my computer screen, so I regret that there is nothing I can do to dim that light. It's the burden of doing this live on YouTube. I don't have much of a choice. I can dim my computer screen a little, and then you're going to see even less. So I feel like this is about as good as it gets, where it's not all the brightness, but, I can see, I don't like seeing myself that much even. Holy shit. So yeah, again, the point is also to encourage you to go look these things up elsewhere. I mean, I've got a boombox with only one working speaker. This sound is not the quality it should be. This is possibly by design imperfect. And thank you. I mean, I think it's okay. It's good enough for me. I'm a fucking clown hanging out on the internet, doing what I can. Trying to have a good time, usually failing. Yeah. Damian Master, this tape is Honey Hole 2. There was already another Honey Hole. That's great. You should look it up. This is the second Honey Hole. Pink shell cassette. Pretty cool fucking art. And a little less glare because it's just the booklet without the case. Yeah, impeccable commitment to design. That's just lyrics and all that inside, so I won't trouble you with unfolding it. Also, I don't want to damage my shit. Buy one for yourself. Check it out. We're drink some beer. We got one more tape, but I realize I am going slow on this beer. Yeah. The color pink and metal grabs my attention because it's so rare to see. I like anything that just fucks with convention. If it's gonna make somebody who's boring get scared, then I like that. Nobody's afraid of dudes in corpse paint anymore. It's 2020. Not that everything should be pink either, but like, be true to yourself. That's way more fucking metal than going on some half-assed masquerade because that's what's expected of you. Aren't we about defying tradition? That's what I thought. And speaking of unconventional colors, purple. A pregnant light has always been purple metal. Hi, Ian. Happy Halloween. You can poop in anytime you'd like. Oh, that's good. That is so good. I don't even know why I'm talking. We should just be listening to tapes, and I should not even be here. A Pregnant Light. I love this band. "108. You cannot pour from an empty vessel. It's the 87th release from the label. Jeez, man. It's getting up there. I'm really excited. And again, the inside is lyrics. I'm not going to try and show you that in detail. Do I like pagan Polish black metal? Pretty sure that's what this is. I mean, that is such a loose term. Pagan isn't really a sound. It's like a belief qualifier. And Poland is a region. So, I mean, yeah, in a lot of ways, of course, loosely, yeah. There's also a lot of fucking Nazis in Poland. So, I mean, not in Poland itself. I mean, although there probably are. But Polish black metal, a lot of the Eastern European black metal seems to really draw out people who would have me dead, so fuck them. Yeah, like, obviously, I'm up for anything, you know, in theory. I mean, black metal's my thing. Especially, like, a lot of that Eastern European shit, when it's not Nazi music, it's really fucking weird, and I live for weird. Like, I don't want to hear the same album again. I want to hear something new. So, yeah, throw me something strange. And, Madeline of Immeasurable Significance says that she is 100% more liable to buy merch from any artist willing to do something on a color that isn't straight black and white. I appreciate that. I won't buy a t-shirt that's a color because I don't look good in colors. I look good in, I mean, I say as I'm wearing my flower shirt, but like, I'm not going to wear a colored t-shirt where it's like a solid red or green or something. Really. I look good in black. I look good in white. I don't ever look good. I look my best in those colors, or lack thereof, rather. So, colloquial sign. I'm done opening my mail. That means that you're just stuck with me and my beers and some candy for the rest of the night. And I have 3 more tapes planned at least. So, I will waste your fucking time. Let's do this. Ba, 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 ba. Yeah, I don't fuck with Graveland. I understand that dude has had a public pivot of sorts where he is now posting pictures of a lot of his fans who are not white. And honestly,
I think that's really good. That's really important. It's, because I think that he alienated a lot of the Nazi fan base he had by sharing, a diverse representation of people that enjoyed his music. I've seen too much dodgy shit there personally. And when I was younger and had less understanding of these ties, I tried to listen to music. I wasn't wild about the music to begin with, so it didn't really feel like much of a loss to me. So I'll admit I haven't done like my deep dive trying to figure out is he or isn't he a Nazi with Rob Darkin. I just kind of got the impression he was, and I just didn't fucking bother anymore. But I do like that he also angered a lot of white supremacists by trying to be like, no, I'm not a Nazi, and here's that. But also, it was kind of tokenizing, wasn't it? Like, I'm not a Nazi. People who aren't white like me, it's like, lots of people who aren't white like Nazi bands. But again, I don't know that is he or isn't he is not for me to even. It's not my judgment to make. But it's not a band I listen to. But those pictures of him LARPing, it's fucking class. I will always love to watch a black metal dude in full garb chilling out there. Vintage black magic. Dude, this is the song. I mean, they're all the song, but this riff. Oh. I wish I could even blame this on the beer, but it's not. Yeah, and I mean, that's just my thing, Again, I doubt Rob Darkin is a Nazi. I think he's probably a fucking goofy dude who's said and done things he's had like a 30-year musical career. I'm sure he's not who he was, and who knows, maybe his stances have changed, but I don't know. It's not a thing that I would touch. Also, again, like I've been talking about black metal on the internet for 8.5 years. And because of that, there are people who come to me for recommendations. And so I have to be cautious to make a conscientious recommendation. Your personal listening habits, not for me to really worry about or care about. And if you enjoy it, who am I to stop you? But knowing that people turn to me for recommendations, and a lot of those people are vulnerable communities of which I'm a member, to be fair. I have a responsibility to be very cautious and very strict in the standards that I hold myself and the musicians that I share to. But again, I am not gonna put a stamp on that band and say what they are or not. But what I am gonna say is this. I'm gonna stamp on this and saying it's fucking grade A black metal. Culte de Gules. I'm gonna scroll up and put this band's name on the screen again in case you're paying attention. Yeah. That's the shit. That's what we want. Oh, hell yeah. I love black metal. You can hear the sliding up and down the fretboard. I love it. It's time for him to make some noises, some weird noises. Wait, is it this time or later? It may be later. I love this part.
Halloween as fuck. Yeah. You thought you were deaf in your left ear yesterday. That does sound awful. I guess that you're not? That's intense. I love. But you wonder why I sleep alone. Well, I'm glad it went away. I've had things like where your body just does something fucked up for a day, and you're like, "Oh shit, is this forever now?" Like, when I was 21, I dated a young woman who had Bell's palsy, and I mean, quite literally, one day she woke up and just half her face didn't move. And she saw a doctor, and whatever happened, she got her face back to full range of motion and expression after a little bit. But I think she had that same feeling of like, suddenly I can't use half of my face. What is this? Is this permanent? That must have been terrifying for her. Given my age, and it happened before we were an item. I just thought it was one of those interesting stories. Now I'm like, oh wow, that's actually wow. That must have been terrifying for her. I can't imagine the impact it would have actually. Holy shit. Yeah, well, if you look at Bell's palsy, I mean that's the thing. It's like paralysis, So suddenly you're using half your mouth, and only one of your eyes will do what you want to do. I believe. I mean, again, I wasn't there. I didn't see her have this. It was a story that she shared with me. A really scary story. It's Halloween, scary story time. I don't know. Fuck, I mean, my whole life is a scary story. And I'm stuck living it. Yeah, no, and I know that sometimes for folks with Bell's palsy, it is a permanent change, if I'm not mistaken. And I mean, obviously, you can still live a full life. We're not treating people like sympathy cases. Fuck that. But it is also a severe thing to have visit itself upon you. Life is really fucking scary. I'm scared every goddamn day. Shall we have another beer? Let's have another beer. Fun. Okay, other way. This one's empty. I'm going to grab another. You probably drink faster than I am, so I don't need to tell you to get your second beer. You're probably already on it.
All right. Got another beer. And dude, getting a new car. Boy, life is turning out nicely in your favor. You're not deaf. You're getting a new car. And it's Halloween. I'm hoping you've at least got some candy. And also, I mean, I have a lot of friends who watch, who I love dearly, who are straight edge or otherwise, you know, teetotalers. And I used to be one of you. I love you all. We are drinking the People Power Zombie Fruit Sour. It's a beer urging people to vote. I am not about to argue politics with people, but you know where I stand politically. If you've watched this at all before, and if you happen to cross it somehow, welcome. My political beliefs should be apparent already based on what I've said before. And if they're not, I mean, fuck Nazis, fuck hatred, and let's build a better world. That's a nice way to put it. Maybe after a couple more beers, I won't be so nice about it. We can really have me tell you shit you don't care about. Because who am I? Who the fuck am I? I'm Ben. Nice to meet you. Ah, there's the truth of it. We've had a lot of champagne yesterday. I get a headache every time I drink champagne. While I drink champagne, I get a headache. I don't drink champagne. That said, every time I'm offered it, I end up drinking it. But I don't buy and, you know, open my own champagne. And if it's given to me, I'll toast, you know, fuck it. And speaking of toast, you know, if you're drinking with me, cheers. Glad to have you here. Happy Halloween. Moe. I don't know how to pronounce it. Moe? Moe. I know it's like the good shit, right? Is that the good shit? You know, for as beautiful as I am, I'm not in the world of champagne and caviar. What else? Foie gras. I mean, fuck foie gras. Not the musician foie gras. Not fuck her. She's my friend. I love her dearly. But the food stuff. Okay, it is real good shit. Okay, so yeah, I can at least pretend I know these things. It's like Moet Chandon or whatever. Homemade cold brew iced coffee. Caffeine is enough for me. Caffeine is my drug of choice, to be fair. I usually have 2 coffees a day. Not iced. I don't like things that are cold. I say as I drink a beer out of the fridge. I like my beer closer to room temp usually. Like you know, the European style. Alcohol and I get along wonderfully, but caffeine and I get along even better. This beer is wonderful. Tell you all about it when I flip the tape. Oh my gosh. I just gotta say, you all are such... What am I gonna call you? A gem? A peach? Love of my life? I'm desperate. Not desperate. No, you're all very lovely. Sticking around 80 minutes with us, with your favorite ghoul here. You are a hot dog, Chris Bright. I love you so much, Chris. I'm gonna take off this jacket. It's oversized, and you really deserve the full effect of the floral print. Yeah, it's cold as shit in here, but this isn't warm anyway. This is like a... I don't know what this is. It's not nice, but it's not nice, you know? It's like for a high school dance sort of thing, I think. deal with that properly later. And, in case you thought I forgot, it's time for gummy worms. Gummies, Apathy Took Helm. Vile Creature is a band who I have loved for years. I think they love me back. I'm not sure yet. I haven't really confessed those feelings. So, today, the two members of Vile Creature, today is actually their wedding anniversary. So, love to you. Very much love to you. And I'm going to eat your gummy worms for Halloween for YouTube. Yeah, they released gummy worms as like a fuck cops thing earlier this year. The cost of these was $13.12 for all cops are bastards. 1312. There is no THC in these gummies. They are just candy. You saw me tweet them. You should. I don't think you can get them anymore. I'm sorry. But to be fair, you can buy gummy worms that don't have this. And look, I am not going to look as good as this vision from the Vile Creature album cover, but I'll do my best. Being very gentle with this because, again, I have a horrible collecting habit, and I'm probably going to keep this shit. Why? I don't know. In like 3 years, I'll regret it and recycle it. It's gummy worm time. Vile Creature's album was called Glory, Glory, Apathy Took Helm. They thought it would be funny to have gummies, Apathy Took Helm. So here we are. Oh, that's quite well sealed. Okay, so our product review, very well sealed, perhaps too well. This is childproof. KW, Vic, I'm a child. I can't open this. Give me a second. I'm just gonna tear open the side. It's not like this is a resealable package anyway. Okay. There we go. Cool. Got them open. Oh, they smell good. I love gummy worms. More than I should, especially like those root beer flavory ones. And these were made in the summer, so it may be my fault if they're not great. What is the time over here? It's 8:25. It's early. I just started this early because I don't know. I don't have a good reason for anything I do. My life is chaotic. Oh, I was supposed to do the album cover. Oh no. Oh, that's tasty. They're orange flavor, I think. Oh. Well, that's quite nice. Oh, that is so good. Guys, I want more. Good. So, my Vile Creature album cover moment here. Oh. Anyway. Oh. Boy, you are tuned in all the way from Europe. I'm glad you're here. Fuck, thank you. I'm in bed by that time. Oh. Oh, these are quite good. I love candy. I'm going to have a headache from these tomorrow, by the way. if I eat sugar, so I'll get a hangover from this, not the beer. You know, trick or treat. Well, they're like all different flavors too. I think they all taste different. Or I've lost my goddamn mind. What wizardry is this? Oh. Dude, that's my life. Okay, so you haven't closed your eyes yet, you're in bed. I am glad to be ushering you to the land of sleep. I'll be your courier. And, should things go poorly and you not wake up, I'll leave coins in your eyes. Oh, there's my dude. I keep forgetting where I said it. There's only like 3 spots where I can say it. It's like down, behind, and behind. But every time I'm like, oh, I said it in a different one. November is going to be a month. October was a hell of a month. November is going to be more of one. Oh. I'm going to do a pairing now with a worm and a beer. Should I dip it? I should not dip it. Oh, yes. This is like one of the citrus ones. Oh, good. I hope you wake up. I'm sure that you will wake up. COVID is getting worse everywhere. I think either today or yesterday, here in the United States, we had the first day where there were over 100,000 new cases in one day. That's why I am hosting a Halloween party on YouTube. I'm not sure where you are, friend, but I truly do hope you're safe. That is... I have no room for denial of science and the autonomy and safety of others. You deserve to be safe, to be cared for. And right now we have this virus that is ruthlessly tearing through our communities. And moneyed interests are more invested in keeping their business afloat than in keeping our population safe. And Norway, I'm glad you're safe up there. I've always wanted to visit. It looks gorgeous out there, up in the wild. And maybe not in the wild too. I don't know. I've never been to any part of Norway or Scandinavia. My European adventures have been limited to the Netherlands because I got a road burn. God, I love Redburn, but I do want to go to other places in Europe and around the world. It's a beautiful world, and I'd like to see it while I can. Wouldn't we all? Right now, I'm just seeing my neighborhood in Queens, but for as horrible as this is, I do truly hope and believe that it's temporary. Don't know, temporary can still be a long time, but I'm hoping that I outlive this COVID pandemic. Boy. Oh, that's good. I like candy. Isn't it? This music is insane. I think it is. This album is only like 5 songs, maybe 6, 5. I think it's just 5 songs. It's just like each song is like this weird journey. It truly feels like a story set to music. I don't think it's a happy story. There are lyrics printed, and I've quite honestly just never read them. Oh no. Well, White Wolf shouldn't be happy. I mean, I don't know if I agree or disagree with that. I also can't think of any happy black metal. I can think of black metal that has an upbeat sound and still a melancholy aim. Yeah. I think if anything, I almost wonder if like Ulve has some happy to them. With you listen to Nottin's Madrigal, there is a triumphant, at least, energy to some of that. I feel like there's a lot of black metal that feels valiant and victorious. Is that happy? I don't know, but I definitely wouldn't qualify it as unhappy. So I mean, I don't need things to be orthodox. Personally, I've been having troubles with black metal, too, haven't we all? That's. I think especially when you love something and it grows, there will inevitably be branches of it that you don't that don't hit you the way it did when you first found it or when it first found you. Oh boy. I'm getting a paragraph. Wow. Hey. I mean, I've been writing essays about black metal, so fire away. I'm cool with that. As long as you're not gonna, talk about how I've ruined it myself single-handedly, we're good. You could be watching a horror movie right now, just so you guys all know. Like, it's Halloween. I know, like, Return of the Living Dead. Come on. It could be like 34 paramedics, and you're like sitting here watching a guy with a floral shirt drink a beer. And I'm glad you are, because it's like I don't know what the fuck else I'd be doing tonight. I wouldn't be watching a movie. I don't have money to rent a movie. And somebody who's watching offered to help me learn how to torrent, and I'm not rebellious enough to try and torrent things. But when I get money again, I'm gonna watch Mandy. I've had people telling me about Mandy since the day it came out, and I'm gonna watch Mandy next week. Well, someone with the goblin, right? The cheese goblin, the cheddar goblin, whatever. Is that Mandy? I mean, nobody's responding to me, but I don't care. I think that's what that is, yeah. I'm into that. I'm a fucking goblin. Yes. Mandy is brilliant. Thank you, Madeline. All right. The Antichrist theme of black metal is overused. It's okay if you can do it properly. We're just getting old. Most of the Antichrist lyrics nowadays suck.
Dude, 100% I would rather have a sincere expression of something personal than an insincere expression of Satan. Like, fucking seriously. Christianity is, yeah, often a blight, to put it lightly. And a lot of satanic shit and anti-Christian shit is so fucking corny and contrived. Nobody's adding anything to my experience of music with their evil posturing. This feels fucking evil to me. Yes, the Cheddar Goblin is Mandy. We're gonna Cheddar Goblin. I'm gonna do it. Yeah, Cheddar Goblin. I'm gonna be covered in blood. It's gonna be fucking great. Holy crap! So did I. Don't worry about it. I took like 2 years off at one point, or maybe a year off from being on this channel because I was like really sick. I went to the hospital. I almost died twice. And I'm a little less sick now, and it's Halloween, and we're listening to black metal. Hi, how are you? I'm Ben. If it's been 4 years, I've moved a few times since then, so this looks a little different, sounds a little different. I got a different haircut, and I'm wearing a fucking shirt from, like, Zara or some shit. But I swear, obviously, I'm still about this shit. Yeah, I'm glad I'm better, too. Life is fucked up. That's why we have black metal, and that's why we have beer. That's why we have Halloween. Coolest night of the year, and we're spending it indoors because there's a pandemic, but who fucking cares? The day the pandemic ends, we're just gonna have Halloween too, right? I mean, we're not, but can you imagine if like the world collectively agreed after the pandemic is over to go trick-or-treating and shit, and have a Halloween party? It'll be like May, you know, beautiful weather. And I'm like eating gummy worms in the street. Yeah, thanks for being here. When the pandemic started, I really kicked things into high gear with the channel. I started interviewing musicians on it. So, I don't know. Maybe I've interviewed somebody you like, I don't know. I'm lazy, so instead of contacting people who are like distant strangers, I mostly just interview people I know personally. But I've been writing about black metal so long, I know some people who are maybe notable. I don't know. They're all stars to me. Oh God, these fucking riffs. Ah. Yeah, it's Halloween, man. I fucking love it. Sorry, I got a text, and I do need to check it. Okay. It's bullshit. Doesn't matter. It's not bullshit, but it's also not something that has to be responded to urgently. But when I see a text from my family and I have relatives in the 90s, you know, yo, rest well. Thanks for chilling with us so late. Happy November there in Norway. We'll join you in November soon, man. Have a good night. I really don't have a lot to say tonight. I have so much to say, but also like this music, I just want to hear it. You want to do a shot on YouTube, Chris? You can do a shot on YouTube. Make your wife join you, though. I want to see Sarah Beth do a shot while you do a shot, and I drink my beer. It is chill. We are vibing. Oh, I love you guys so much.
Chris, you always look pretty. Like I come on here looking like ass twice a week. You know, I mean, I'm as pretty as I get right now. I shaved this morning, and I've got my pretty shirt, my lights. You know, so again, it's a romantic evening. You and me. I'm saying that to Chris. The rest of you can ignore that. There's no romance here. I'm gonna kiss my friend Chris and make his wife jealous. I'm not gonna kiss Chris. Chris's breath probably tastes like whiskey. Jaden, you make my night. You are good. And you are a wonderful friend, and I'm grateful for you. That distorted piano thing, it makes me feel Cradle of Filth as fuck. Like I should be having like my red wine in a chalice, sitting in a throne. I don't know why I'm speaking like this, but I am compelled. I still have so many gummy worms. I think it's the sugar that makes me this way. Like, me and sugar is like gremlins with water. So yeah, it's after midnight. You've given me water, and now I'm fucking obnoxious. I'm so grateful that you guys are here to hang. You can be half distracted. You can be whole distracted half the time. I don't care. That's not an affront to you. I don't care. As in, it doesn't hurt my feelings. I truly do not expect anybody to actually be tuned in for their own sake. This isn't a vanity project for me, because if it was, I would, for one, be a lot more vain about it. But I don't know. I mean, you know, there's a reason I didn't start doing live streams until there was a global pandemic. I could have done this a while ago, but I didn't feel like anybody really needed to get together like this. Now I feel like we do. I know some people have returned to work. Some people see other people. Depending on where you are, I won't judge you on the viability of that. It's again, you're living your life. I'm living mine. But it makes sense that there is a resource for us to connect. And for better or for worse, you're stuck with me. Well, I'm stuck with me. I'm glad you're here. That silence, that hum of the tape deck. We're going to fast forward this tape to its end, and then we've got 3 more cassettes on schedule tonight. I trust that you will enjoy them as I do. If you don't, you don't have to. I mean, you're welcome to tune out anytime. I would like to think, though, that I have pretty good taste in music most of the time. All right. So yeah, again, I'm gonna deal with this fantastic but confusing packaging later. I mean, and again, it is utterly incredible. Excuse me, goodness. I guess no one is surprised that I am burping while I drink beer. And you know what? It's time for a distraction. Before I put on this next tape, I'm going to send an invite link to the chat. Anybody who isn't Chris wants to join in. I guess you
click this link that is in the YouTube chat. But I wouldn't advise it. You'll have to be like, the internet's gonna see your face, man. And let me tell you, I I was talking to a friend of mine about this last night. I get stage fright every time I do this. And the whole time I'm up here, it's like when I was in bands, confidence, like I mean, not the band that I was playing bass in. Well, still, I guess am whenever there's a pandemic. But like when I was a singer in bands, I felt fucking invincible with that microphone. I do not feel invincible up here. Like this is scary. Like I know it may not seem it, but like, and I'm not asking for sympathy or pity. I was talking to a friend of mine who runs a record label today, and I'm not gonna name it because I'm not trying to name drop or call attention to them. Uh, I love them. It's a mutual friend of some people watching this. But she mentioned that I have fans, and I don't like that term, fans. Ugh. But these beautiful faces make my day. I love you guys. How's it going?
Good.
How's it going, Ben?
I mean,
The rebirth and it's
sirens outside. They're coming. But no, it's good to see you. So I don't have liquor, but let's do. I'll chug this last bit of this beer if you want to do a shot.
Is that the last of that big ass bottle you had?
Oh, the big ass bottle's already finished. I'm on a fucking tall boy of this sour, and I'll pour more of it. Okay.
I gotta catch up with you. All right, let me grab my.
Do not catch up with me. You're in a different time zone. You're in Texas.
Double it now.
I can't hear you. I just hear the police outside.
Oh no.
yeah, we live right next to a police station.
All right. What are you drinking? Whiskey?
Vodka.
Whiskey. Yeah.
Cheers.
Cheers.
Love you guys. Happy Halloween.
Happy Halloween.
Ooh.
Oh, it's too cold. It's not even like the alcohol burn. This is too fucking cold.
Can't do it when it's cold shit. I can't chug cold shit.
No, I don't. Yeah.
I chugged a cold White Claw for your stream one time, and I felt like my fucking throat was gonna just like burn a hole through it. Like,
Well, it's like, yeah, imagine like shoving an ice cube down your throat. That doesn't sound like a good time.
no, it was a fucking terrible time.
Maybe somebody would like that, but not me. I'm a wimp. I hate cold shit. Like when I was a kid, I had fillings in maybe 8 of my baby teeth. And I've just learned that cold things are the enemy. Like I don't fuck with cold stuff.
I don't either.
You like ice cream?
I like it. Tastes good. It doesn't have to be cold.
I think it literally does have to be cold.
Now, Chris will drink the melted ice cream, just like pour the carton in.
I've done that.
Yeah.
I know you have. Like I don't know that, but I know that.
No, I've done that, and it had like cookie dough and shit in it too, and then I just ate all that at the end.
Oh, the cookie dough is the best kind. I understand.
Cookie dough, peanut butter cup. I'm pretty jealous of those gummy worms you got.
I still have some. You want one? You can't have it, but you want one?
Throw it into my mouth.
Yeah, I'll give you that tentacle you sent me too.
And is that not dissolved yet?
It's mostly dissolved.
Yeah, the person that sent them to me, like they had them preserved in there, but it was like they were all leaking when I got
Yeah,
them.
the seal was imperfect. It didn't.
They were leaking, so I had to put like water in some of them, and then I had to put like glue around the outside. Like the dude really fucking ripped me on those tentacles.
They ripped you, but I still have it. But the cool thing is, I can tell it's gonna leave like an imprint of itself even when it's fully gone.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe like this fucked up mark on this little bottle. I'll still have a tentacle, kinda. Oh shit, who's that?
This is Luna.
Luna. Okay, I have been talking. I was actually texting my friend Kira, who left the stream because she has to watch movies with her friends. I realized the other day that the moon is like a recurring theme in a lot of the art and stuff I create, and I'm obsessed with the moon. I have dreams, good and bad, about the moon.
There's like a super moon tonight. Not a
Yeah,
super moon.
and that's the thing, and I'm thinking about the moon, like, and I've been thinking about, like, do you ever just get a song in your head and you play it like 8,000 times in a row? I think we all do.
Yeah.
I told you, part of the party. I usually have to listen to it like 5 times in a row.
Which song?
Part of the Party by Severed Heads.
Yeah. Oh, that's a great one. That's fun.
Song over and over.
But I did that this morning because the moon theme like fully descended upon me. Perhaps not coincidentally, but coincidentally with tonight. And I played "I Have the Moon" by the Magnetic Fields like all morning.
Awesome.
I mean, that's a fucking pop song, but I don't give a shit.
No.
Come on.
What are we doing now?
Told you I'm catching up to you, so I'm catching up.
Oh, you're doing another shot, are you? Okay. I'll slam the rest of this beer then and get another beer.
You have had a head start. We are just starting, and you have a stream to do.
Yeah, and isn't it funnier when I'm drunk? That's what you said.
I've gotten like ripped up on our podcast though before, and it's hard to do it. Like,
I mean, yeah. I mean, to be fair, this is also like a 3% alcohol beer. Like, I am not actually getting ahead of you.
some of the sours are like lighter. Yeah.
Yeah, sour beers are not that strong. And again, we're almost 2 hours in. Nobody's fucking watching me. And if they are, it's like...
I've been in the chat. They're watching.
Yeah, I know. As I said, nobody's watching.
We're gonna chat, and then other people should get in on your stream too.
Yeah.
Oh, it's a weird angle. All right.
Okay. So this is the rest of this sour beer. All right. Cheers, guys.
Cheers, sir. All right.
All right. Well, I will let you return to not being in the public eye
Yeah.
here.
We get it. Just hearing us, it's awkward.
Okay. Like, yeah. So, I know what you mean. Well, I love you, and I'll send you a text soon. And it's so great to see you too, Sarah Beth. I don't get to see you as often, so thank you. I'm glad you're here.
All right. Love you, buddy.
Love you guys. Bye.
Halloween.
You too. Oh shit. No, I mean, I know you folks are here. Look, I am following this great Jewish tradition of self-deprecating comedy. The difference is I'm not actually funny. I think when I was growing up, my dad told me the pioneer was Woody Allen, but fuck Woody Allen. He's a creep. We won't elaborate, but we all know. He's worse than a creep. And if you put your face on and pop in, you will be welcome. You also don't have to have a face. If you showed up faceless, in fact, that'd be Halloween as fuck. It's just like the void where there could have been a face. And I'm glad you're all here. I'm sorry. That was not meant to be a slight against anyone, and I hope you all know that. Who wants to listen to some dungeon synth? I don't care. We're gonna listen to some dungeon synth. Again, this tape fucking rules. And I should actually drink from my cup because I need water. I'm drinking alcohol. Moon Worshipper Records put out this tape. Draculin Sud by Talog. Look at that art. It's like a fucking child vampire with a cape. I don't know. I love it though. It's so Halloween. It's fucking ridiculous. Two songs, one on each side, I believe. Look at that. Grozota Zaziva Ozvetu. I don't speak this language. I'm ruining it, and I swear I'm not trying to make fun of you. I'm trying to pronounce it and sound cool. Povratak Kruvloka. I live in a Polish neighborhood. I'm sure that I just have a neighbor now who's ready to kill me. A creature, not of life, but of death. But Talog is one of the cooler dungeon synth projects out there, in my opinion. And I found them after most of their tapes had already been issued and released and sold out really fast. So when I found out that a label that I know and love, I like them enough that I have a mug of them. Like, that's kind of ridiculous for a label. Was putting out a new Talog tape. I was like, oh shit, this is mine. And so I got it. The painting of a guy with an avocado for a face that comes on the salad dressing. But look, I know that you say you only are consuming caffeine, but I'd like what you have, Jenk.
I'm not quite a psychonaut, but that sounds fun. Whatever experience you're having tonight. Yeah, this is like some like pretend I've got a cape and it's draping and you can't see anything below it. This is some cape ass music. I'm casting a spell with this other hand. Like this is sort of music that sounds like creepy fog coming up from like a stairwell somewhere musty. You don't know what's down there. Like I like that. Like it actually smells like a dungeon, sounds like a dungeon. A lot of dungeon synth sounds like high fantasy, and I like that too. That kind of neoclassical shit, the medieval. I'm frolicking in the forest, and there is, Pan is there with his flute, and he's gonna fuck a nymph or something. But I like this the most. This distorted, druggy, dark music. I mean, imagine let's say it's a normal year and you got trick-or-treaters coming to your porch. You throw this on as your soundtrack, just have like this on kind of a loop. That's perfect atmosphere music for a Halloween night. You're not making your case better, Jank. Nobody else is haunted by the avocado face dressing man. I'm sure this is a real thing, and I'm going to look it up now. I'll do it on my phone so that I can show it on the internet. Avocado face salad dressing man. Unfortunately, nothing comes up, but this is quite literally. This is the first image that shows up when you Google. I mean, you can even see on my phone. Avocado face salad dressing man is that. And then it's like, this is wavy hair men's haircuts. I don't think that's the avocado face man. And then everything else is like, pictures of salads with avocado in them. I looked for it. I don't see it. I believe you that it exists, but this haircut model, unfortunately, is what comes up when we look for the avocado face man. But please, when you find it, send it to me because that sounds really funny. Avocado face. It sounds like some Noel Fielding stuff, like Ice Cream Eyes. I don't know if anybody has watched Noel Fielding's luxury comedy. I was made to believe that I might be the only person that actually likes Noel Fielding. I don't know. It can't be true because he's had a career for like 20 years, but he had this character Ice Cream Eyes, who is just, ice cream scoops for eyes. I liked Ice Cream Eyes. He never quite committed the crime. He always knew who to blame. And I have almost finished my second beer. That one was a little quicker than the first, wasn't it? Maybe ill-advised. So here's the question, guys, and it won't hurt my feelings either way. We're about 2 hours in. Do I open a third beer? I mean, I already know the answer is I'm going to open a third beer. So I'm out here looking for somebody to tell me that I'm doing the wrong thing, that I'm spending my time unwisely. But it's Halloween. And I have so many more gummy worms to eat.
So what I'm gonna do is I am going to wait for this song to end because you can hear it's kind of getting quieter. I'm gonna flip the tape and I'm gonna get my third beer. And Jenk, I do appreciate that. I'm also being a little facetious. I've been intentionally drinking relatively low alcohol beers so that I do not, harm myself. I have a disease that would not end well if I actually, overdid it. That's part of why I don't really drink much liquor. Things like whiskey, which I love, vodka, can be good and fine in small amounts, but like if I have a lot of those, they don't sit as well. So, flipping the tape to side 2 of the Talog cassette. And I'm going to come back with my third, what I presume will be my final beer. Jaden, you are not the devil on my shoulder. You are somebody who sends me good life advice. And you're good. You're glorious. Jenk is not salad dressing. It's just an avocado man. You can drop a link to the avocado man. Yeah, like especially like imagine if the avocado man had like a Tinder profile or something that we could link to, and it's like, I'm avocado man, baby. Hit me up. He's sending you up texts at 3 a.m. with his avocado face. I'll be right back with my third beer. And again, joking aside, if I were actually at the gates of dangerous inebriation, this would end. Because when I'm drunk, the last thing I want to do is deal with fucking figuring out the internet. I'll be right back. All right. So, if you thought that we were winding down, I'm afraid that we're not. I've got my third and final beer of the night, and it is not small. This is a Tumbler Dark. It's a Polish beer. I live in a Polish neighborhood. That's what the fuck we get. This is my first Halloween without my best friend Howard. If you thought I was going to have Halloween without sharing a beer with Howard, who loved Halloween more than anything in the fucking universe, you're dead wrong. Howard used to organize a Halloween heavy metal festival every year in Sonoma County, California, when I lived with him. He stopped eventually because he had a falling out with the guy who put it on, because the guy whose property we held it on turned out to be a racist. Fuck that guy. Howard, however, is a legend. I love him so much. Howard loved Halloween more than anything. Howard tattooed all of these goddamn demons I got on my arm. You can't see them that well, but I assure you, they're fucking spooky. And he was murdered in his own home last year by some piece of shit. So, I am having a beer with Howard on Howard's favorite day of the year. Aside from his birthday, because Howard loved to live it up. But, and this sounds silly or sentimental, but also like just, we're being blunt. We're 2 hours into Halloween night, and I feel like if you're here at this point, you're cool with me being real, with me being raw. Howard is one of the most beautiful human beings I've ever had the privilege of knowing, and he is now 55, 57. I don't even know. 55, forever.
and I'm going to drink this dark beer with Howard. Howard's favorite bands are not my favorite bands, so we won't be putting them on. No offense, dude, but I'm not going to listen to a whole Rob Zombie album. But it was really cute how excited he would get. Also, link to Avocado Man. Now, if you're watching on YouTube, you can see that, whatever the link is, through the platform I'm viewing this through, the streaming platform. Excuse me. I'm not able to see that yet, but trust me. I mean, Jenk, you know how to contact me. Send me a DM or anything with that link, and I'll check it out when we're done here. I'm not ignoring you. And yeah, cheers. A toast to a good person. Dude literally stopped me from ending my own life when I was 18 or 19 years old. So, yeah, I think not just a good person, but one of the best. Cheers. You can't see it anymore because there's alcohol in it now. This glass has Howard's face on it, drawn by my dear friend, now my former partner Autumn, who is a very good person who I'm very lucky to know. She made me for my birthday this year. This year? What the fuck is that? Yeah, for my birthday this year, a glass with Howard's face on it. Cheers. Howard believed in me. Howard loved Halloween. He fucking rolls, and we're gonna have a beer with him. We're gonna have some gummy worms, and we're gonna have some dark beers. This beer is good. Oh my gosh. I haven't had this beer. I bought. So, I'm talking about really nice people. I got gummy worms stuck in my tooth. Or at least I think it's really nice. I did a good turn and got it paid back. And that doesn't make me the nice person. My roommate came home one day and was like, "Oh shit, I thought I had beer. I don't have beer." And I had bought this beer, which I hadn't tried for it was like a $2 beer in the market. Let her have it, and she surprised me. And I told her, I'm like, no big deal. It was like not even $2 for this beer. It was like $1.70 for this bottle of beer. And she surprised me today with this beer that I let her have. And so, I mean, it's not that it's some saintly act so much as just like, that was really nice of her. I told her I didn't care, didn't need it. It was just a beer I had in the fridge and she could have it because she wanted one. That was really nice of her. Oh, shit. Okay. So, yeah. So, Dungeon Synth, we've had our quiet recovery period. Now, it's time for more black metal. This is the black metal song that I sing when I look for a black metal tape. It is. Come on. I really don't feel like hitting fast forward. There we go. Alright. Talog. Again, that was Draculan Sud by Talog. I believe the tape sold out pretty quickly, but you can hear the digital. I think you heard that pretty well. It's really, really cool. Next, we are going to listen to, I can't pronounce it, Moenen of Xasbeth. This album is called Ancient Spells of Darkness, ... That ellipsis is doing so much heavy lifting. What? Why is there an ellipsis at the end of this album name? Ancient Spells of Darkness. And love? I have no idea. Why there's an ellipsis. But again, if you want Halloween music, it's a great way to go.
And the thing is, in the album, like look at this, look at the track listing. There's no ellipsis in the song title, so it's not like it's a longer song title that they abbreviated. Just Ancient Spells of Darkness. And also, again, with the moon, look at the last track on the album is called Obscured by Lunar Rites. So again, we're falling into that moon shit. You know, if I keep being this wayward, I'm going to end up as one of those people. I say this as if it's a bad thing, but I'm going to end up like with the moon tattooed on my face or my hand or some shit one of these days because I love the moon too much. And we have a guest. So we are going to let our friend Madeline live. Hey, how's it going?
How are you doing? I guess I know exactly how you're doing. I've been around for like the past 2 hours, but you know.
I'm glad to see you. You are a wonderful pumpkin and your corpse and everything. Cheers.
Cheers.
It's good to see you. As you said, you really did put your face on. Holy shit.
I did it. I did the thing.
And what are you drinking tonight?
This is a really beautiful rye from the area. It's a Balcones distillery, kind of hill country, Texas area. So repping the local stuff. It's a really pleasant rye.
Oh my gosh, that sounds good. I love whiskey. As I was saying earlier, I can't drink a lot of it, but I like it when I have it. So our friend Chris and his wife Sarah Beth, who were on earlier, are in Austin. I'm not going to say where you
I heard you name drop Texas earlier. I was wondering. I was like, oh, you got other Texas fans. That's interesting to hear.
Are you guys in Austin? I'm going to feel like an asshole if they're not, but I feel like they're in Austin area. But yeah, no, all of my Texans, look at you guys. I love you all too. Like you're all people I'm really glad to see. Be happy. Oh my gosh. So you've got your Hill Country Rye. How and you gave me a hint earlier, but how are the trick-or-treaters this year?
I don't think anyone's been showing up. I don't know if I'm deterring that or not. I've had like Misfits Static Age blaring in the living room for a while now with the windows open. I don't know if that's deterring kids or letting them know that there's life here or what, or if there's just no kids in the world anymore because they're all not here or dead. It's very possible.
Yeah. Well, that's the weird thing. Like the apartment below mine is a family. And they seem quite nice. I feel like the youngest child is maybe 11 or 12. So it's not like trick-or-treating age. I mean, I trick-or-treated till I was 15 because I'm a shithead. But, and I remember getting told, aren't you too old for this? And I didn't realize there was a too old for this because, like, I mean, to call me a late bloomer would be putting it lightly. I showed up as the Crow. And I'm like, what do you mean am I too old for this? I don't know. Like, I'm a kid, right? I'm still in school. I live at home. And then I realized I'm like, oh, like I look around, there's like 6-year-olds, and I'm like, oh shit, yeah, I'm like 10 years older than you.
No, it's cool.
I'm glad that you would give 16-year-old me candy. Thank you.
Yeah, of course. I mean, yeah, you have to applaud the bravado of getting on the other's level at that point, you know? Like, I mean, there's some gusto to be said of that deserves applause.
I wish it was gusto. It was naivety. Like, if it was me thinking, like, oh, I can get away with this. No. And it's funny because, like, there was, I remember, because it was the last year I trick-or-treated, like, my, sophomore year of high school. There was a young woman who lived in the neighborhood who I had gone to middle school with that didn't go to the same high school as me. And I remember lights were on at her house, and I was gonna go trick or treat there. I'm like, oh, cool! Like I know you. You're my age. And the lights were on, but apparently they were not giving out candy, and she was very upset because she had a boy over, and it was one of those. And I'm like, and I was like, oh, you have a boy? That's gross. Like either 15 or 16, and I'm like, oh, like you're kissing people, like. Maybe they were doing more than kissing. I don't care. I don't judge, especially now, literally almost 20 years ago. At the same time, I'm like, oh my god, the other kids my age were like having people over to have people over, and I'm like trying to get candy from strangers.
That is 100%, like right there with you. Like I wasn't trying to fuck around with like romantic stuff until I was like 18, 19. I was like definitely would have been like out for candy at that point in my life. Like
yeah. Yeah, no, I mean, and honestly, if I thought I could go out and get candy today, I might be doing that. I don't. I mean, I'm definitely not going to go out and try and get a kiss. That's for sure. Not during a pandemic. Yeah, no, it's a weird year. But yeah, no. So you wanted to know about the Vile Creature gummies? I still have a bunch of them because I keep forgetting to eat them. I feel like okay. Look at this. They're all mostly the same color, but they have different flavors, and I'm really not sure how to ascertain what I'm getting. So like they did something interesting with it.
I bet you that's because they use like vegetable dyes. Usually, like since it's like a vegan product, they probably like use like beef juice dyes and stuff like that. And they probably didn't have like the availability of color, but whoever manufactured them. How's the elasticity? That's always my qualm with vegan gummies is that they don't have the bite that you're supposed to have from a proper gummy.
So like, it's got a little bit. It doesn't have that bend to it, but it does have like a good degree of give. It's firm.
Like quite give that. I don't think that's not actually gelatin. They haven't cracked that code on that one yet, which is like infuriating because gummies were always my favorite candy before going vegetarian. So like I haven't had a proper gummy in like fucking 12 years or something like that. So
I mean, and again, I'm in that stage where I don't get to call myself anything, but like I'm eating vegan right now. I'm trying to stick with it. 3 weeks. So we're not gonna. I also I don't need to champion anything or call myself anything, but these are really fucking tasty. I like them a lot. And also Chris, who was on earlier, says, "Whoa, makeup is on point." So you've done.
That's very kind. I'm busted as hell, but I appreciate the sentiment. So.
Busted? No,
that's my perpetual state, really. Like, I'm just fucking around. I didn't, like, look at anything. I was just like, fuck it. I've got nothing else going on. I might as well just, like, fuck around with makeup for a bit while I was listening to you for the first little bit of it. So.
Look, I could have gone and bought grease paint, and I didn't even bother to. I went to Rite Aid to see if I could, like, find something to look nice. And I'm like, oh, I'm looking at Rite Aid. Of course they don't have anything.
Don't knock drugstore makeup nowadays. It's like, you can get decent shit, like... Wet n Wild makes actual decent products now.
Do they?
It's a completely different scope now than it was like a few years ago. I think like ever since like NYX like tried to make themselves kind of like the like fast fashion Forever 21 grade of like makeup, like everyone else has stepped up their game relatively. So there's good shit out there that's really cheap in drugstore shit now.
Like when I first my first eyeliner was Wet n Wild. My first eyeshadow was rather, and that was 2002. So it's been a while. I'm not gonna. I just remember my dad getting really mad at me because I'd be applying it in the car on the way to high school, and he'd be like to the stop sign, and I'm like in the mirror. He's like, "Why are you doing this?"
Just the trash fucking fallout from a 2002 NYX palette, just like going all over the fucking car is like all I can see.
Well, yeah, no, and I mean it was just like one of those little like the little circle things. It wasn't even like a palette. I was just like dipping my fingertip into rubbing it on the eyelid. If you think I had any idea what I was doing, the answer is no. But I showed high school every day with heavy black lipstick, eyeshadow, eyeliner, and all of the other kids called me Davey because AFI had just blown the fuck up, and they thought it was an insult, but I kind of liked it. Like. I liked getting bullied like that. I'm like, oh yeah, you want to like to the gorgeous singer of AFI? Like, I'll take that.
That was a good era too. That was like, this like Sing the Sorry All Right When Girls Not Gray hit finally, and like they kind of got some mainstream significance. That was a good era for Davi.
Yeah. Had just come out, and that was like, I mean, and not to judge the band on their sound or Davey on his appearance, but that was. Both that was a moment of genius, and also dude was beautiful at times. It's like if you want to liken me to that, and I'm not achieving that kind of look, yeah, I'll take that. Like sure. I mean, also I hate myself and I'm really miserable, but yeah, call me Davey all you want. If that's your insult, God, I'll take it. You could be so much worse. Like, ooh. I mean, I also heard a lot worse.
Yeah.
But that was the one that stuck, and that was the one I embraced. Oh my gosh. Well, I'm gonna put this tape back on, but you can also hang out as long as you'd like. I'm glad to have you here. I'm gonna turn it down a little though, because this is louder.
I can't promise I have anything to contribute, but I mean, if you need someone to bounce thoughts or words off of, then I'm here to provide a more dynamic conversation instead of you just shouting into the void, if that's preferable.
I appreciate that. Yeah. You feel like I'm shouting into the void. Like, dude, it's exhausting. Like, being on here, I love it in a way, but it's, I mean, as I was saying, it's like a stage fright thing. I don't know if you're having that right now. Maybe there's no expectation on you because you are a guest. You've showed up of your own volition. You can leave when you'd like. For me, it's almost like I have an inertia, and I enjoy it. I do. Obviously, I wouldn't do this if there wasn't some part of me that thrived on it in a way. But at the same time, there are days, weeks, periods in general where I'm like, fuck, man, I have to put my face on the internet. I have to, like pretend that my life outside of this isn't happening. I have to, I mean, sometimes I bring that anyway. And it's just like, I don't always want to be the focal point. Sometimes I just want to like throw on the tape and be like, hey, listen to this for 2 hours. I'm going to go somewhere else.
I can't imagine the pressure of having to like not have really live feedback outside of like the few chats that come through and just like trying to run with that and like basically freeform monologue for however long you do it indefinitely. That sounds really stressful. Like I
think that's the thing. Like I know that there are people like, you get your needle drops of the world. And those are people who don't do anything live. I mean, maybe that guy does. I don't know. I don't follow after his whole tech meme right-wing thing. I was just kind of like, I'm not going to follow any further.
Yeah, that's fair.
But my thing is like, there's no script. Even when I do interviews, I will literally scribble maybe 2 or 3 dozen words tops. Like I'll have like an idea, like just a general concept I'd like to introduce to my guest. And then I'm mostly just feeling it out, which means that I am left to my whims and I am, cheerful but unstable. So it's like, I'm like, shit. If I'm in a sour mood, cheerful but unstable, then maybe I bring that.
You did a good job presenting your energy, and
thank you. I try.
But what else are we showing up for besides the general sense of community? Anyways, I mean, I feel like you're providing what we're coming for. So. Yeah,
that's the thing. Like ultimately, I just, I think as a lost, lonely person who is lucky to be, and I'm not saying this is not a brag or anything, but like. Very lonely, but I'm very loved. And not like, oh, the world, not like in that Donald Trump way, but like I have friends who will, contact me, friends who I see, COVID safety wise, like, I'm meeting my friends in the park in my neighborhood outside and we sit a few feet apart, but, like I have people who I love who love me. I don't feel like, like this is my only lifeline, but I know what it is like to have an interest that people you care about don't share, to have a private inner life that the people around you may not share, or even just to have like times where you're not connecting with the world the way that you would like the world to connect with you. And I feel like, especially this year, I feel like we need that. And I have no delusions of grandeur about it. But like it's, I see a thing, and I don't know if you can see it because you specifically are in my stream thing. It tells me how many people are watching me at any given time, which is a real mind fuck. It's usually 5, 10 less. And I don't, my vanity doesn't really care about that either way. But the fact that there's anybody that wants to tune in, wants to find that community, and wants to be here with us, it's like, okay. I remember, and I know that people watching don't know you, but I know you. You're my age, and you and I have a lot of shared experiences. And I remember, and maybe you do too, being 17 years old, knowing nobody like me, knowing nobody who I felt could really understand me, and having a couple friends who I loved dearly, who I maybe didn't see that often, because you're a teenager and maybe you don't have a car, and maybe people live the next town over, and thinking the world is huge, and not in that good way, where I'm this part of this big beautiful thing, but it is huge, and I am in my island, and I am so glad that I'm here 17 years later, looking into a computer screen, talking at the tiny fucking microphone camera thing in there, and people on the other end can connect with me. And that's a resource that I think lost young people, or lost old people for that matter, we need each other. I think that even if you're antisocial, I don't know that I'm a social butterfly, but I like people. We need togetherness. We need community. And I think, my dream in a lot of ways would have been, and I was texting with one of my friends about this. This has been something I thought about for years, since before I had a YouTube channel. It was like, it would be so cool to be someone somewhere between Mr. Rogers and Pee-wee's Playhouse, to have like psychedelically nurturing, oddball place for little kids to be imaginative and to nurture that. And if you're watching this and you're hearing this and you want to take that soundbite and make me sound like a creep, go ahead. I don't fucking care. You know who I am, and I'm nobody, so nobody's gonna follow that anyway. But I want to foster love and growth and imagination. And I don't know if this is the way to do it, but there's a few of us here. You're here. We've got Chris and Jaden and Janthony, and my friend who's using 2 dots for their name, and I don't know if she wants her name on the internet. So we've got a bunch of beautiful people here, and it's something to do. Also, it's also boring year. Like, who thought the end of the world was so boring?
Most boring pandemic, certainly. But I definitely, I can't imagine the youth growing up right now in this age where the internet is at, watching it from our stance of watching it mature over time into the available communities that there are now. Absolutely, I 100% resonate with that feeling of just not knowing what's outside of your direct community, and not being able to resonate with that at all. And now it's there's so many niche communities just everywhere that you can find people that are like you, just no matter where you are. The fact, as soon as Tumblr and Twitter exploded, then it's the whole idea of the social media landscape altering the way that we interact with each other is just so vastly different that I can't even imagine growing up as someone that's a loner nowadays. It just seems I don't know. I'd like to think that it's a lot less lonely than it was for people like us, but I would like to think that, rather. I don't know.
I would too. I mean, and to be fair, young people are vicious, and that is a constant. And I think maybe, to be fair, and I'm going to take a big drink before this, but to be fair, my interactions with the internet as a teenager were also not great. I had bullies in high school too, but my high school was so small that it was a single person being an asshole to me, and I could ignore them. My first bully on the internet, in 2002, maybe 2003, because again, years blend together when you're a teenager. I joined a website, a journaling website. It was not LiveJournal or Dead Journal or Xanga. It was melodramatic.com. Because of course it was. And I
was starting to express myself, and I think I liked it because like it was almost like a role playing game. That sounds bad. It wasn't like an RPG at all. But like you could get points if you made a blog post. You got points. If you left a comment on somebody's post, you got points, and you could use it to add new customizations to your journal. So getting points made it incentivized, and I think that interestingly enough, now that we're in the age of like Twitter and things where it's like follower count and likes and stuff, and people care about that, it almost set an odd precedent. But melodramatic.com, or Mellow as it called itself, was mostly, I think, for horny 20-somethings, and I was a very not horny 16-year-old, and I was, again, getting deeper into gothic culture, starting to wear makeup, wearing a miniskirt, wearing fishnets, and this user shows up and says, "You make a horrible woman." And I remember feeling so shocked that somebody who did not know me would come find my little blog. And again, this wasn't a site with a large, it was a small site. So I get, and leave something so vicious. And that user's name, and that user was Jeffree Star. And
oh my God, you're fucking kidding me.
No, and I going to their website and saying, "Oh, I mean, I didn't realize I was trying to be a woman. I'm just being me." And trying to basically say, I'm a teenager. I'm trying to diffuse a scenario on my dial-up fucking internet connection with a hostile stranger who, again, and at this point, this was not a person of note. MySpace didn't exist. This was not somebody following. Literally, Jeffree Star's claim to fame at that point was being the makeup artist for Terry B from the band My Ruin, who were a kind of a shit rap metal group. And I knew what My Ruin was because I bought the Century Media Records sampler CD that had them on it. But I remember being so upset by that. And then Jeffree's response was, I think, something to the effect of lick my clit or something like that. And I'm like, again, I don't know who you are. You're like in your early 20s. Because Jeffree Star is like probably 4 or 5 years older than me.
Yeah.
Fucking with a 16-year-old who lives in the middle of nowhere, who is just trying to figure out, who I want to be, where I fit in this world. And you have access to the MAC Cosmetics counter, clearly, and you're being an absolute shithead to a stranger. And so it's like, I mean, I guess my point is, perhaps the immediacy of the internet we have now is still hostile to teenagers. Because
absolutely.
Even in the shitty dial-up era with nothing and nobody, Jeffree Star found me and decided to fuck with me.
I literally can't, that's, okay, so my first interaction with Jeffree Star was like circa 2006, maybe 2005, and he was on MySpace and trying to launch his like little like scene pop music career, and his like whole brand was how he looked femme and like a girl, but like his like main track on MySpace was like Jeffree Star's gonna steal your man or something like that. Like how? I mean, that's astonishing that you got that insight at that point in time, that you already knew that he was a shitbag before the rest of us figured out. But I mean, like,
horrible. And then everybody, the most important thing though was so many people during the MySpace era, obviously, especially when the scene thing blew up a couple years later, were so into Jeffree, and I'm like, I didn't know this was a person worth, a person of note, for one. Like, who the fuck are you? You're just an asshole who likes to take pictures of yourself. Which, I mean, aren't we all? But an asshole. But also, it was the things where I'm like, are we really validating this? So it's like, I do imagine that still being a young person on the internet is just as hostile and murky, dangerous waters as it was in the early days of it. But I also do think the thing that I didn't find then that I think you can find now is people like you, and people who, not just people like you, but people who like you. And
I mean, I would hope not too much like me, really. I mean, I wouldn't wish this existence upon like most people, but
Yeah, but also, I mean, it's kind of cool to. I mean, yeah. To be fair, I've had a very strange rocky path, but like, you know, you when you find people like you and people who like you, it holds value. You know, and I think, you know, again, I remember being a kid and thinking that, you know, it's a little vain and it's a little inaccurate, but especially when you're a kid, the world is, I mean, again, the world is so big and not in a good way when you're young. Nobody understands, nobody can connect, nobody knows what it is I am facing. And, well, you know, I think now a young person can probably quickly find camaraderie, love, maybe not deep love, but, you know, loving energy that may keep them from succumbing to some of the sadness that really haunts those wayward years. And I do think that even people who maybe, I think there's this false premise that ordinary people don't suffer too. And I just think being a teenager is a fucked up experience.
No, yeah.
Doing
I think
whatever
even the ones who like it went well for, like it's still not ideal. I think being a teenager, being in high school was hell for everyone, no matter how popular or like cool you are. You know, like you're still inside just trying to figure out who the fuck you are, and that's like that's exhausting for any human person.
Yeah, and so like, you know, I mean, I'm gonna say it's. I imagine it might be more difficult for those of us that didn't have our people who looked weird, were weird, had weird interests. But I think in general, you're a volatile combination of growth and hormones and uncertainty. The world is putting pressure on you as a child. You're literally a child, and they're like, you better figure out who you're going to be when you grow up because you're growing up any day now. And it's like, well, fuck. Like, I mean, I'm 33 and I don't know what I want to be when I grow up. You know, and I think I remember when I was in high school, there was one college that was aggressively scouting me. And I don't know why. It was Trinity College in Connecticut. And then I dropped out of high school instead. But I remember them coming to like a fucking like assembly at my high school and using me to demonstrate something, and it was such a poor representation of me. But you know, it's like somebody at some part of some school honed in on one tiny facet of my complex existence as a human being and decided that's who Ben is. This is who Ben will be. I was 16 years old. And I mean, to be fair, when I look at 16-year-old me, I see so much beauty. I see so much that I still love about that person. And I'm really glad that that person continued to grow and explore. Because if I had decided to set on one path at that point in my life, I might have a career, I might have a house, I might have probably some boring shit that would involve me suppressing a lot of who I am. And maybe I'd have a wife and children and other shit I don't want. I don't know. And I'm kind of glad I fucked up, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, I think it's weird because part of me knew who I was when I was that age, but also part of me was really eager to hide all of my jagged edges in case they wouldn't assimilate well enough into safe society. And now I'm here having lived in a bush at points in my life and having made every mistake that you can make along the way, pretty much except for, I don't know, drugs. And finding out I'm okay, it's like, well, shit, I'm kind of glad I didn't fall in line too early. And not because there's anything wrong with that, but because for me personally, it would have meant losing vital elements of who I feel I am.
I think for a lot of people that are, you know, similar to the buckets that we're in, kind of losing that pressure of being in that position as an adolescent, being expected to, like, you know, go on the college track and do stuff like that. I think removing yourself from that level and hitting a little bit more of a bottom really is like assertive to figuring out your identity and who you are and what you want to be. And I think like there's plenty of people that probably don't need that actually do have a legitimate passion and know exactly what they want to do at age 16. And that's wonderful and that's a gift. But I think there's potentially even more people more akin to us that kind of need that lowering out to kind of figure out where we're at and what we even want out of life, you know? Like,
no, totally. I mean, and to be fair, I wanted to go to college for radio broadcasting. I still do. I know that is one non-existent in most colleges. It's 2020. And also, if I did do that, I mean, I'm poor now. I'm sure it's possible to be poorer because I have a roof over my head and an internet connection. If I went to school for radio broadcasting, I'd have debt that I could never pay back. No matter, I could be. I mean, I'm not saying this with any admiration for the man because I'm not a fan. I could be the next Howard Stern, and I would still never pay off whatever debt I go into to go to school for radio broadcasting. And also, fuck Howard Stern. I don't like him. But like I remember when I was in high school. Again, I'm a geeky person. I had an internship at my local NPR affiliate, and I made pieces for them in the vein of This American Life, if you're familiar with that, if you're an NPR person. And I won a national award for radio broadcasting when I was 17. And I was really, really excited. And the director of the station put it in her name. And I was an assistant on it. Even though it's like, because she, I mean, and to be fair, obviously she edited it, she cobbled it together, but it was my life experiences that I was speaking about. And it's funny because in a fit of bitterness, teenage passion, artistic, what have you, refusal to be constrained and confined, I said, I will never do radio again, which is a lie. I ended up doing radio. But I was so upset that, I mean, we got a grant. We got flown across the country to Baltimore to accept an award that I thought was for a piece I had made. I mean, a piece I had made, not thought I had made. It was my life story. And this woman's name was on it, and I was listed as the help. And, I mean, especially, like, it was an ego thing, but it wasn't even just so much ego, but it was like I had poured myself into it for weeks. And I put a lot of effort into this thing. And all the other kids from all the other youth radio programs across the country that got flown in for this, all the kids got credit directly, like, and I was the only person whose advisor got the credit instead. I was so salty about it. And so I was like, I'm going to go to college for journalism, not radio, but just journalism. And then I didn't end up going to college. I mean, I went to college when I was 25 and it didn't pan out, but yeah, you know, I'm kind of glad I didn't do radio broadcasting in school because also I know how to do radio. I don't need a degree to tell me that. And I also don't need a degree to tell me that I will never make more than minimum wage if I do that. Because I've done that a couple times now. I had a lot of, when I lived in Portland though, and one of my friends watching this lives in Portland, I had a radio show on a Portland station and I just got to play music. And that was really fun because I didn't have to think. I'd just show up with like a tote bag full of like tapes and records and be like, oh, we're going to listen to Susie and the Banshees today. Like, this is fucking whatever. I'm lazy. But that kind of radio broadcasting especially will not make you money. I don't know. I mean, you went to college. It treated you, I mean, it helped.
Debatably, I don't know. It's really hard to say. It probably helped me get a job, but like, I mean, on its own, it did almost nothing for me. So
yeah.
Well, things changed tides. iHeartRadio is based in San Antonio, and it's cheap as hell to live here. So those things in conjunction could.
Okay, one of my friends around here, and I say friend loosely, so somebody who is friendly with me, works for our Heart Radio out here. I don't know if that's her sole career, but it's the only interesting career that she mentions. No idea. Yeah, I mean, because again, like a lot of it's like, if somebody were to ask me what I do, I wouldn't talk about how I earn money. I would talk about what I enjoy. So I'm assuming that a lot of my friends, it's the same thing. They talk about their passion projects that also make them exhausted. But yeah, maybe Chris would like if I ended up, especially in San Antonio and.
Go to Austin. Don't come to San Antonio. It's miserable here.
No, when I was 12 years old, I was sent to a mental institution in San Marcos, Texas. Texas is off of my.
Oh.
Yeah.
I lived in San Marcos for like 2 years. I'm very familiar.
Yeah, no, I don't remember the name of it because I was 12. This was literally 21 years ago. But yeah, no, I was in San Marcos, Texas for a month. Got shipped from the Bay Area, California to San Marcos, from there to Knoxville, Tennessee. So Texas and Tennessee are places I will never live. I can visit. I can visit Texas. I would be happiest if I never set foot in Tennessee again for any context at all. I guess if I could make money to go to Tennessee, maybe, but like I will not visit Tennessee casually for any reason because the shit I went through. I pay a therapist to talk about that. I won't subject you to that.
Well, that's completely understandable. If you could ever like compartmentalize that, San Marcos is actually quite a lovely town. I would endorse that one probably over San Antonio.
Fair enough. I mean, and that's the thing. I've the only other time I've been to Texas was when I was driving through it to move from Florida to Oregon, and I drove through Texas in about a 24-hour period, which, yeah,
that's a lot. Yeah.
I like stayed the night. Was it Baton Rouge? Maybe Baton Rouge. Louisiana, somewhere not far from the border, but also maybe a little far from the border, like hour-ish drive. Drove in through Texas, drove all the way to some terrifying motel where I ended up at 4 a.m. and clearly running drugs through there. Stayed for like 5 hours before getting on the road again at like 10 a.m. to drive out of Texas into all the way to fucking Phoenix, Arizona. It was horrible. I didn't die, I don't think. This has been a crazy trip for the last number of years if I did. But no. So I've never had a good time in Texas, but I believe a good time can be had in Texas. Chris,
many people don't.
What was that?
Many people don't have a good time here. I can't blame anyone for having negative associations with Texas. I know I'm probably lukewarm on the place overall at best. So it's.
And you're from there.
Yeah, basically. Like.
Yeah.
I can hide behind my Californian birthright when I need to, but.
That's right. You're one of us. It's yours. Like I feel like a lot of places have a weird territorial thing. Like I know when I lived in Oregon, if you were anywhere else, you're like they have like this almost xenophobic thing about people from other states in Oregon. Of course they do, because it's Oregon. It was founded as a whites-only colony. Fuck Oregon. Also, I mean, the reason I left. But California, though, I mean, I lived in California for 23 years. I can nowhere else can I claim that way. If you've ever even spent a day in California, I feel like California's happy to call you one of its own. Maybe San Francisco has some of that weird thing now, but also watching the way the tech industry has ruined San Francisco and ravaged it, I have empathy for that tendency they have, because I can't imagine living somewhere and finding it a beautiful artistic city and then suddenly being like, oh, never mind.
Yeah. The culture completely upended and like it's impossible to live there if you're
well, and also people, I mean, and I will say everywhere anything good gets ruined by the moneyed. That is a fact of life. but knowing San Francisco as I've known it, because I grew up maybe an hour away from it, I think what's upsetting to a lot of San Franciscans is watching people devalue it who do not even appreciate what made it what it was. Because like I've lived in places that have been like ruined, as in they got more expensive, but the essence of what it was about was still the same. It was like, oh yeah, these people who are far wealthier than I will ever be came here, and the cost of living has been driven up. But also, they like the same components that made this city what it is. San Francisco, I don't even. People just showed up and changed it, and that sucks. Because it's like San Francisco was like this cool, queer, truly wild space, and that being stamped out, yeah, that's actually fucked up. I don't know. I'm not going to solve San Francisco's problems. But I miss San Francisco.
If you want to spend your Halloween night doing that on YouTube, then I mean, go for it. Go off.
I mean,
you want to figure out Israel Palestine too while you're at it, or like?
I mean, you know, as a Jew, I do feel an obligation, but honestly, I'm not even allowed to talk about that at family gatherings because I have relatives who are Zionists, and we'll just say I'm not one of them. No. And I understand there's some complexity to it, but some of it is crystal clear to me. I'm sure you get it.
I wasn't trying to like remark on comment about that. That's a shitstorm for anyone in the public eye. Like I could probably say shit about that if I wanted to. Not that I don't, but like, not that I do. Rather, I don't have.
I don't. But
I'm just a fucking nobody that's just blowing up your live stream. You're an actual person with like opinions that people will hold you accountable for. So yeah, I wasn't trying to like make you like respond to that on any regard.
To call me an actual person is a stretch. However, I'm also quite vocal, and if anything, I do feel a duty to be more so because of the small platform I have. I mean, again, I don't know how it happened, but I have thousands of followers on Twitter, but none of them interact with me. I think most of them are people who sign up for Twitter.com. They list heavy metal as an interest of theirs, and it recommends my account to them. And then they use Twitter for a week. They never log in again, but they never unfollow me or deactivate their account. And so I have a lot of ghosts. And I'm not saying that to talk down on myself. Just that is a fact. I have friends who have maybe, 10% of the followers I have, who have more interactions with people on there than I do. And that's cool.
I have been like fascinated about that, specifically with your presence, honestly. Like, I don't know anything about like cross-platform marketing or anything like that, but seeing like the following that you have on Twitter and then like coming into the live streams and seeing like a dozen people or whatever, that kind of blows my mind to see that the engagement is like so much of a drop off between platforms there.
Yeah, no, and it's not a thing to me, because I mean, again, I don't care. If anything, I would probably be going gray faster if I had a correlation between the two. I am going gray. You can't see it, but it's all. I've got a little patch back here, and my chest hair is going gray. So I look like somebody's fucking uncle. Right? And also, nobody ever sees me with my shirt off, so I don't fucking care. And honestly, I want to be one of those cool, like there's something like cool, like sexy, like a gray streak. I don't get one of those. I just get weird ass fucking. Here's 8 hairs. But no. I would, to be fair, I would be losing my mind if I actually had as much attention as it looks like I have based on Twitter. And I mean that, I'm sure that I could survive it and handle it, but nothing I have done has warranted much attention. Like when I look at people, one of my friends is a woman named Kim Kelly. Kim has tens, if not dozens of thousands of followers on the internet. And I can have an inkling of an idea of what it's like to be her. Also, I'm not a woman on the internet. So between those two, I have the tiniest window into that experience, but I do not have that experience. And I'm grateful for it. I think that for me personally, I could survive it. I was talking to somebody
Oh, okay. I was talking to my ex, who is my friend still, about it. She, being a musician and being a woman who has an internet existence, she uploads music videos of her music, and she has comments disabled. She just does not allow the world to talk to her, and I get that. And and I told her about like a couple weeks ago during the first Mizmor chat, I had a troll. I don't know if you were there for that. Who?
Yeah, I was in there that time.
Calling me a
observed
soy
that go
boy
down.
and stuff.
Yeah.
And Trump 2020. And I remember she said to me, she said, "I don't know how you handle that." And I said, "Oh, I don't fucking care. I would rather they do it to me than to somebody else." I'm also like, I think that the lucky thing that I have to care about you for your negative words to hurt me.
Yeah.
Now, so like if you're here and I'm happy you're here. If you said something cruel to me, I would think about that. And I'd also think, this warranted? Have I earned it? And I think that's the thing. Like when you've given somebody your emotional investment, there's that part of you that thinks, okay, why have I driven them to speak ill of me? When it's a stranger that says like "Hail misanthropy, Trump 2020," it's like, okay, and what? Like, you have to actually know something about me to be able to hurt me. You have to have seen my vulnerability, and I realize that I bear parts of my soul here on YouTube, partially because I think it's important for the heavy metal community to have something that is not toxic masculinity. From somebody who still is, I guess, categorically masculine. I think that's important. But at the same time, I'm not... There is so much of me that is partitioned off from this because they don't get to fucking see that. I'm not going to give somebody that ammo. And again, I mean, we're now 3 hours into a live stream. Nobody who is watching at this point is a threat to me. And if they are, it's only because I love them. People who love you can really hurt you. So if you're like,
I mean, if anything, at this point, anyone watching to tune into you and then just seeing some dumb Tran blathering on that's a literal nobody is probably going to click off. So, I mean, you're welcome if you want less pressure. I have that to offer.
You are a beautiful person, and I am glad to call you my friend. Like I know that, again, we've got that self-effacing thing because I think it makes me feel safer to make fun of myself because if I do it first, you can't fucking do it to me. This is the last one, by the way. Last gummy worm, and still as good as the first. So, vegan gummy worms from Vile Creature, they're good. And Vile Creature has like a vegan store,
like a bakery or something, right? Yeah.
Yeah, but
I've seen them post about that before.
They also have like junk food like this, I think. I'm gonna pester them. I had coffee with KW from Vile Creature last year when the world was still the world. So, I mean, basically we're best friends now, and if they're not making these gummy worms already, they need to be, because I would buy these more often than I should. And I'm not just saying that. Like, because to be fair, again, the band didn't make a song for that. If they were dog shit, I would say they were dog shit, but they were actually really good. But yeah, I think it's one of those things, like, I don't know. It's really easy to just be like, oh yeah, fuck me, who the fuck am I? Da, 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 da. And then because of that, like, I've almost given myself a shield. And maybe when you casually put yourself down, it's like, yeah, nobody else can really hurt me. I've already shown the worst at me. Fuck. Roger, why? So PR, Roger, why? Okay, welcome, mijo. We're 3 hours into this, Roger, and you got to show. Really? Roger
is one of my oldest friends, and by that I mean Roger. You're what, 20? No, Roger is 25 years old, almost 26, and I love you dearly, my child. And I've been doing this for 3 years. I'm on my third 3 years, 3 hours. This feels like 3 years. Christ.
And 2020 has been crazy. What can we say? Like,
Yeah, no, Roger is stuck. Like we are. I mean, I don't. Maybe not romantic soulmates, but we are soulmates. I'm so sorry, Roger. Roger plays drums in the live edition of the band that I'm in. One day, Roger will actually listen to the files I sent them and help me record my brilliant rock opera. It's not a rock opera. My shitty post-punk album. No, Roger, I love you. I'm glad to see you. I ate vegan spicy wings tonight, but you missed them. But next time you come over, we'll have some. We are on the final tape for the night, and by that I mean maybe I'll have another beer and have another tape because I don't fucking care. This is Tolland Men with Donor's Oak. Do you know Tolland Men? Like I feel like you and Tolland Men is like.
I'm like really hit or miss. You have to realize that I'm basically an outsider on the metal scene, and like I can kind of like ride on the coattails, but like I'm on some outsider bullshit for real. Like I'm
okay. Tolland
like
Men,
out here half the time listening to like Charlie XCX and like Carly Rae Jepsen and shit, and then like the other time I'm like.
That's everybody. Tolland Men isn't a metal band for one, and you knew what Radiation 4 was, so you know.
I was obsessed with them.
Okay, I used to send MySpace messages to the singer of Radiation 4, asking about his gear so that I could do like the things that he would do. Or we're like it'd have a song where he'd be like, and then it would like come back and like,
it's a crime that they're as underappreciated as they are. They were
I don't know if they are coming back in any way, but he sent me a message, and because I have their DVD, and this is the booklet for. I don't have even the case for. Awesome. He doesn't even have the DVD, and he sent me a message if I would send him the DVD, and I don't have anything to play it on. So point being, I guess maybe if I send it to him, he'll upload it to YouTube at the very least. I hope so.
I would love that. Yeah, absolutely.
Me too. Chris Bright, my dear friend, says Charlie XCX. Now, is that the person who does that song? I Don't Care, I Love It. Is that who that is?
I'm not even sure what song you're referring to. It could be like in her back catalog. I'm not familiar with it. She's done a lot of good shit. Like if you like good pop music, like I could hit you up later and share some shit with you because she's fantastic.
Okay, but, okay. It's quote featuring Charlie XCX. When I still had a job in an office, I curated the office newsletter. Somebody put a song on there called Icona Pop featuring Charlie XCX.
Oh, okay. I have heard that track before, yeah.
And it felt like a song that would play during a shopping scene in a movie from the 80s where you're just like buying everything and it's like, I don't care, I love it. And I know that's not what it was about. It was about like crashing somebody's fucking car. It was like, a vengeful X sort of scenario. It was the only song on that playlist that was at all tolerable to me. So,
She's evolved over the past couple of years. If you haven't been living it, it's pretty fascinating. She's been on the hyper pop shit, collaborating with the PC Music Camp and like Dylan Brady from 100 Gex and shit. Now she's like on some like weird shit, and it's amazing. Remind me to share you the link for the video for "Gone" by her because it's like the peak lesbian music video of all time right now. So,
well, I love the lesbian vibes. So the only two pop acts of like the last 15 years that I've truly paid attention to were LaRue. The first LaRue album, Bulletproof. Oh my fucking god, it killed me. Like I heard that song, I fell in love with the whole album. I love it dearly. And I know that she's put out stuff since then and I didn't follow. Not because I didn't have an interest, but because I did not want that sacred moment to be ruined for me.
I understand that completely.
And then that band Trust.
Yes, Trust is amazing.
Trust is one of the best bands in synth pop that has, I mean, definitely of the new millennium. Excuse me, but even like possibly ever.
Yeah, Like them and like Drab Majesty are like completely carrying like dark wave shit right now.
Yeah, like the first Trust album was perfect. The second one I didn't really like that much, but then like they put out those Destroyer 1 and 2 last year.
Yeah.
And oh my god, especially I loved it immediately when I heard it, and then I got broken up with, and holy shit!
Know how that goes, yeah.
Yeah, no, I mean, which again, there because again, a lot of people here are friends with my ex, and I am too. Still, to be fair, no bitterness. Just it hurts to get dumped.
No, I can get that.
But no, Trust is perfect. But this band, Tallinn Man, is possibly my favorite post-punk band of like
the
last while. So they're not a metal band, but it's like that. The recording quality reminds me of a black metal demo. So like, I don't know if you can hear it at all, but look it up. I'll link you to it. I have 3 of their shirts, which is crazy because they only have 3 shirts. 3 shirt designs. They made more than 3 shirts. Like
one would hope for the sake of marketability.
But like they got, I don't know. It looks.
I like that. That's cool.
It looks like a metal demo, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Also, I like that they have a song called Body.
Kind of got that like Christian death vibe going to it.
Yeah. But I've never done heroin, so you know, it's like heroin goth. Like it's really slow, really sludgy. It kind of sounds like it's melting, and I like that. I like that warped. I mean, it's just bass, drum machine, and synthesizer. So, like, who the fuck needs a guitarist when you're just driving it down?
I'm always down to listen to acts that are brave enough to not use a guitar, honestly. Like, that's always a big selling point. If you can do that and pull it off, then that's, like, drawn me into so many different acts.
Exactly. Roger says it looks like deodorant. And, Roger, I smell beautiful, and this is one of my favorite bands. So, yes, it's deodorant.
I mean, have you considered wiping it underneath your underarms before you put it in? Did you even try that?
Before I put it,
I mean, you can't dispute it if you haven't even tried it yet, really.
Yeah, no, I mean, that's it. I know, I mean, but to be fair, like, I've got my perfume right here, you know, and actually it kind of does have a similar kind of thing. This is a little, it's not quite in papyrus, but it's close enough. So, as a, you are not a metal fan, Roger. Fuck you. like, I mean, yeah, you sing in a deathcore band. What, Roger? Here, you know, I'm gonna share the link. Roger, you're gonna come live on YouTube with us. I'm gonna fight you on the internet. We're gonna talk about Tears for Fears. It'll be beautiful.
Oh my god. Can we though? Because like I will talk about songs from the Big Chair at like any given moment in my life.
So, Roger, the link that's in the YouTube chat. We're gonna talk about Tears for Fears. Tears for Fears is Roger's favorite band.
Fuck. I mean, well, okay. Well, The Hurting kind of sucks though, for being real.
And we're gonna talk about what is the Kings of Spain. Is that the album, Roger? You better tell me because I don't know. And I only know the first 2 albums really. I like, you know, you put on The Hurting and I will get weepy, you know?
It's just not my album. Like, I've tried to get it. Like, the production throws me off on that one. Like, I can spin songs on the Big Chair anytime, but The Hurting, when I try to listen to it, is like, there's something that strikes me the wrong way about that one. It just never hit for me.
I mean, it's definitely a different production because they didn't have the money behind them the same way.
Yeah.
I still love it. I mean, Pale Shelter is one of the most beautiful scorned love songs, you know, and like fucking like Change is like why does Broken and Head Over Heels go into each other? Rusher, are you drunk? Because I know you're asking me, but grammatically that doesn't follow.
That moment when Head Over Heels goes into Broken, that transition is like one of my favorite album moments, like 100%. Like, I fucking love that transition.
I do too. Roger, okay.
Roger, I gave you a link. I want to see your face. I want you to show what you did earlier this year. Remember when you shaved your head on Instagram Live?
Oh.
They don't fade into one another. I'm high. You should come on. And okay, so Jank the Niece says, does it count as guitars if it's actually a hammered dulcimer? It's the Sword to Hell and Back. I love Botanist.
Botanist is, yeah.
Yeah, we love Botanist. The new Botanist album is fucking great. If you haven't heard it, listen to it. That song Water is the single. It's great. I called it Walter on Twitter by accident, and that's also a good name for it. But no, Botanist has been fucking killing it for years, and I'm glad the world is paying attention.
Yeah.
Hammered Dulcimer, fuck yeah. Roger, come be high on YouTube. Look, it's my YouTube channel.
Okay.
He knows who you are. I will face the judgment. You are my beautiful child, and I love you. So come be high on YouTube with me, okay? I'm not high. I'm just drinking Polish beer. Polish beer, yeah.
It's my YouTube debut right now. I know that you're all honored by my presence to be here. So.
Yeah, no, this thing, like, look, we've got, is it, okay, Madeline? I never.
It's Madeline.
Madeline.
Yeah.
Because I know
like the French little butter cake.
What was that?
Like the French little butter cakes that you get at the
Okay,
Starbucks.
yeah. Okay, instant. I will remember that. Thank you. Madeline is here, and I mean, again, she has no occasion to be here. You know, because it's not destroying her good name, and it's not her.
Nothing to destroy there. Let's be real. Only up from here.
And Jank, I'm glad that Botanist has inspired you to do weird shit with your music. Excuse me. Do weird shit. You will get old. You will die. Do weird shit while you can, because one day you're going to be incapable of doing weird shit. My grandfather is about to turn 96. He thinks the television is happening. I called him the other day, and he's like, it's good that you're here. I'm glad that you showed up in time. We're watching women's golf, and I'm afraid they're going to make me play. And he wasn't joking, because he's about to be 96. His wife just died. Do weird shit while you can, okay? Like, I'm gonna guess that you're in your early 30s because you're Ian's friend, and you're my friend too. But like, you're about my age. I spent my 20s trying so hard to not be weird because I was afraid people would think something was wrong with me for being weird. I started a solo band this year named after a fucking bottle of knockoff cologne I found in a bodega because I thought it was a funny name. I have been more open about being non-binary. I have done things that made me scared, and I am glad that I'm doing that, because holy fuck, one day I'm going to be like, I mean, if I'm lucky, I will live to be like my grandpa and be watching television and telling I'm never going to have kids, but telling somebody, hopefully, who loves me that I'm so glad you're here. It's time to explore this castle in England. And I'm not in England, and I'm not in a castle. And to be fair, my grandpa has done more traveling during the COVID era than any of us without leaving his room in Florida. And I'm glad for him. He's having fun. But also, do weird shit while you can. Like, this sounds dark and morbid, but it really doesn't. Like, I've spent so long suppressing myself and so long waiting. And maybe, Madeline, you know what I'm saying too, because you
absolutely
a person who has begun to vibrantly embrace yourself, recently in life, since around the age of 30. And I feel like that is... Dude, Roger, fuck you. I'm going to play women's golf. I want to play women's golf for real, not by watching it on television and being afraid of it. Like, I was actually a really sad moment for Grandpa, because he was afraid that he was going to get in trouble for playing women's golf. Because he's not a woman. He's a 95-year-old man. But he's also, again, most people watching this know me well enough. My little dope. Roger! You are high. Okay.
I thought you guys, you had referenced non-romantic soulmate earlier because it's
Yeah.
looking slightly saucy now.
Well,
over there.
okay. I would just say if Roger's partner is watching, Roger will get it. So, yeah, Roger's partner is a beautiful human being too, who I love dearly. You're both are supposed to visit me soon. I'm apparently making you scones. I don't know how to make scones, but I'm making you scones, Roger, for you and Suze. It will suck, and you will eat it, and you will not complain.
Cold butter. Put it in the freezer first.
Okay, thank you. I made scones when I was 17 as part of home ec, whatever it was, because I did a home study program for my senior year of high school because I had a mental breakdown, and so I didn't get to go to school. I got to do it from home, and it was like either do wood shop from home or do home ec from home, and I'm like, I'm gonna cook.
Sounds easy.
Well, and also, like, I'm me. The drawer in my room is missing a drawer because I broke it in half trying to assemble it. I don't know things. I'm soft. Like I'm soft, and I don't care. Well, I care. In fact, I'm proud of it. So I took home ec and I learned how to cook some things, kinda. But the baking portion, I made a scone. I was supposed to make scones, but I made a scone. A single scone, the size of the pan. My mother called it scone pie. It tasted good. It tasted really fucking good. But it was supposed to be, scones.
Yeah.
The scone, I'm glad I was able to pull it out of the oven. It was big. It's been,
Did it cook all the way through, like as a merged thing?
Yeah, I mean, no, it was. I was able to eat it, but it was something you cut a slice out of rather than having distinct scones on your tray. So
I'm just astonished that it would like not be completely doughy in the middle of it. It like all merged.
it
Like
may have been, but I kind of like doughy breads.
that's okay. That's like the antithesis of what a scone should be, though. To be fair, like it should be like
it is.
crumbly and like.
Oh fuck, Chris! What? Hi. Is it time to do a shot? Oh, you want to dance?
Damn. Okay, so we did say we were catching up earlier, right? It seems like that might have actually happened. So
Caught up.
You caught up?
Oh yeah.
Wait, do you want to do a shot, Chris? Is that a White Claw?
I don't have a shot, but I have this claw.
Damn, son. Okay.
Okay,
Go on.
so, Chris, I've actually finished my alcohol. Do you want me to get another beer? Is that what you're asking of me?
Yeah.
Okay, tell you what, I'm going to get another beer. Wait, hold on, Chris. You may know if there's too much noise at once, it mutes everybody. Chris, can you speak again?
Yeah.
What did you say?
I said I'm not asking you.
You're not asking me. Okay, I'm gonna go grab
It's a
another.
command. It's a Halloween order.
I gathered as much. What's up?
It's Halloween, man.
I had no idea. I'll be
This
back.
is a Halloween party now. We can't fucking leave our houses, but this is just it now.
Yeah, I'll put the Tallinn men back on. Chris, Tallinn men. Do you like Tallinn men, Chris?
Yes.
Okay. Oh my god, your cat is beautiful. Why have you been making me look at her? What the f- dude?
That's Freya.
Yeah, I know who that is. She's my friend. So we are going to put it on the tape. I'll go grab another beer, and Chris, I'll drink with you again. Madeline, you're welcome to.
I might have to re-up. Actually, I did kill that bottle of rye at this point. So
Well, let's go re-up. Chris can dance to Tallinn. In fact, I will take us both off the screen. I'm not kicking you off. But Chris, here you go.
Oh, thanks. Okay. Oh, the fucking thing. Let me get a shot. The end? Pause. It's gonna be a couple minutes.
All right.
I have one hand. Can you pour me?
Ooh. Okay.
Hold on. Sarah Beth's helping, pouring me.
I love you.
Sarah Beth is helping.
I only have one hand, so she's pouring me a shot.
I'm an enabler.
Well, Sarah Beth, are you doing a shot too? You don't have to, but you can.
Uh-oh.
Why did you have to involve me in this?
Look, I'm not forcing you. It's a question because we do not offer peer pressure here, but we offer an invitation. And Chris, you were told that you have a sweet Nuka-Cola poster.
Oh, thank you very much. So Sarah Beth got that.
It's my poster.
So, I loved the Fallout games. My old band, I wrote a song about Fallout. Kinda. It was inspired by it.
Nice.
It was about deciding, it was a theoretical scenario in which humans had actually gone extinct and super mutants were all that was left, and being like the one sane one and trying to make super mutants go extinct. Because real deep shit there.
One in Fallout 4 that's not crazy. The one
In Fallout 4, that's what?
the one in Fallout 4, there's that one super mutant that's like a scientist or whatever.
No, I know. Well, and I was it in which one was it where you had your friend? Was it Fox or whatever?
That was 3.
3. Yeah, no. I mean, there's always a good couple of them. And that was the thing. It was like having the desire to stop making more humans to make the world worse, because super mutants were kind of humans, but not humans. And we're fucking done. So I'm pouring myself another beer. I've nothing to do.
Madeline to get
Go ahead. You gonna do a shot?
Yeah, we'll do it. Are we waiting for Madeline to get back?
We're waiting for Madeline to get back. Yeah, no, she's part of this. And our friend Jen Kane, he shows a few poems about the post-nuclear apocalypse. Fallout, I mean, I think if you're a certain age, Fallout was inspirational to a lot of us. I didn't even play much video games for like a decade, but Fallout was one of the first I played when I got back to it. So, Fallout 3. I didn't play the first 2. I know that they are a different style of game, and they're apparently beautiful.
Yeah, Sarah Beth's got all the cool posters. Got this like Godzilla one that's really fucking awesome.
It is cool.
And then we've got The Thing, of course.
Yeah, I haven't seen The Thing, but I want to see The Thing.
Ben, you fucker.
Oh no, like that's
But that's the thing.
a classic.
I didn't watch movies for years because I'm codependent, and I would always wait for a partner to watch shit with me, and I either had partners who had already seen or had no interest in seeing things like that. So never. Give me a sec. I gotta show you a poster, Chris.
Take a look.
We'll have to do like watch party or something sometime because I would die to have someone see The Thing for the first time with them. Like that sounds
can do that.
amazing.
I'll be
We
there.
can do that. Oh my gosh, where is it? Oh no. Fuck it. I can't find that Avi Tollenman poster somewhere that needs to get hung up. I'm just waiting to put it. I've got my picture frame. I just don't know how to hang it. But I
Ben.
Let's Die. Like my shirt, my shirt, Chris. My Tollenman shirt, my one shirt that everybody tries to get from me. Tollenman poster says "Let's Die" because I want to put that up in my room. That's gonna be really inspirational. All my friends will come over and be like, "Dude, that poster over there says "Let's Die." This is really like a good mood thing for your room."
Yeah. No, I agree.
I have that shirt. It brings me a lot of joy.
I mean, yeah, it's my favorite shirt. Like, it quite literally, I have a lot of shirts. Like, this and that are my 2 favorite shirts. Anyways, let's have a drink.
Let's do it. Here, I'll
Cheers.
cheers. Her.
Cheers.
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 Y'all.
Happy Halloween, everybody.
Happy Halloween. Again, this is so cold. So cold. It's very fruity, though. I mean, you can tell it's like a fucking smoothie.
That was interesting. I haven't done a shot since the before times before COVID hit. I haven't
Really?
I don't think I've ever done a shot at home before. So
I mean, now that I think about it, I think last time I did a shot at home was probably when I lived in a college house, and it was to appease a roommate who I probably didn't even want to deal with. So, I mean, we're talking like 13 years ago. It's been a while.
just
True.
Wait, A shot at home.
That's in Des Moines.
Yeah, I did shots with you in a pub in Des Moines, Iowa, Chris.
Oh, you mean in a home?
Yeah, no, a shot at home. I do
In
shots
a house.
all the
Someone
time.
lived there.
You know, like when I like I'm fucking nice. When I go to bars and around here, some of the bars actually like me, and every now and again I'll get offered a shot. I will never order a shot, but sometimes they're like, "Oh yeah, you don't treat us like dog shit." I'm assuming it's a pretty low bar to get a free shot.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Like for
I'm not special,
just
but
treat a
like,
service industry person like a human person, and like you're good.
no, so like, you know, I usually tip 25% or more because I've worked service most of my life, and so it's like, but there are some places where I would go that I used to get a free shot on my way out the door, but I don't do shots at home. Like especially now, like my roommates are out having lives. It's me and there's a cat in one room and a cat in a different room. I'm not doing a shot. Like, look, I probably still look like an alcoholic drinking alone, but I'm not doing shots at least.
Not alone.
No, I'm not alone.
I feel attacked.
I will attack you. You refused to help me get my synthesizer project off the ground properly because you're too busy. You are too busy, to be fair. But
Yeah.
I need to attack you.
A painful DM to Trust Collective and let them know that I don't think I can finish this album by the end of the year. So that's something I've been putting off.
You're putting off telling them you can't do it because you're putting it off? You're putting off telling them that you're putting it off.
No, I'm putting off the message. I've been recording and it's going slow, and I already have one thing coming out this year, so I decided to take on two things this year. And it's like I just can't work like that. Like I can't work fast. So I just have to tell
Fair enough.
wonderful boys at Trust Collective that I just can't do it this year. So
I count 2 pieces of gear behind you in this shot alone. Why aren't you drunkenly doing that instead of watching me drink on the internet?
this
It's a
little
good
bit,
question. Why don't you get to fucking work on this Saturday night?
look at this. You take the whole fucking area.
Dude, yeah, okay, so it looks like she's about to chew on it instead of you working on it. That's a good motivation. If you started making horrendous noise, she would not be interested in damaging your equipment with her teeth.
That's true. You know I'm into more pretty noise these days.
Yeah, you make loving electronics. I think I started talking about your shit on YouTube in 2014 because I'm a fucking clown. I remember wearing that Gloga shirt in like one of my first videos.
Yeah, you were my first review.
God, I'm sorry.
No, I'm in.
I was your first. How do I back up? I can't say it with a straight face. God, I don't like talking even in innuendo. God, Chris.
It's all right, Ben. We'll make out soon.
No, we won't.
Probably do some more shots in
I
my
mean,
home. And I'm not
Someone
gonna
must say not complain.
I'm sorry.
I'm gonna go do a couple more shots in my home, and I'm not gonna feel bad about it.
No, you should go do shots. Well, you have a wife. You have a wife, Chris. You can do shots at home anytime, and it's not wrong because you're not alone. Like,
Okay, yeah, you have roommates, Ben. You're still less alone than me, so grant you that. I'm just
true.
here with my cat.
to be
So-
fair, my roommates don't do shots either.
You can do shots with
But you have bodies in the building, is what I'm saying. Like, so
Yeah.
you're
Not at the moment. But yeah,
technically less alone.
I know I do, and I
Listen, bitch.
to be fair, I'm using aloneness as a meme rather than actually as a joke. Or rather than as a sincere thing. I'm oddly enjoying it most of the time. Now it's been a month.
And
You
I love you, darling. It's been an honor. It's been a pleasure. Madeline, lovely to meet you, my dear.
Yes, well,
Have a good
no
night.
more Texan gang, but you know.
Oh my god, that was some. I was hoping that Chris would fuck up that British accent a little worse. We could have gone into old Greg territory or something with it.
So I'm sorry. Is he in Trust? Is that the vibe I was getting there?
No. Trust Collective is a record label.
Okay. I can't remember where they're based out of because I know that they have some sort of association with Austin, but I wasn't sure, and I was like, is he part of that?
No. Chris, however, loves Trust as much as we do. And to be fair, Chris makes music that I think is as catchy
as trust. It's a different kind, but like I get it stuck in my head the same way. There was this one very brief project that I will hound on. It's uploaded to my YouTube channel because I loved it so much. Chris did a 2-song demo with his wife called IKO, I don't know, IKO 93, and they put out this 2-song demo tape, Mutt Drag, that was the most addictive synth pop song I've possibly ever fucking
Oh,
heard.
you need to send that to me. I need to hear that.
I'll send you the link. I mean, and it's one of those things where it's got like almost like that, like it builds up from this warm, like Trans Europa Express era Kraftwerk sort of like warm synth swell, and it just becomes like this dance number with like distorted, pretty singing and stuff, and it's so fucking good. It's wrong, and it's got vocals from both of them, and I'm assuming synths from both of them. I don't know who does what, but I know it's got both their voices, at least. That you can identify who did it because you can tell their voice, the timbre of it. But no, Chris has made some of the most beautiful electronic music I've ever heard in my life, and I both completely understand a lack of regular releases with anything because
Yeah.
I don't do anything regularly, and in fact, if I feel that there's an obligation or an obligation, it's harder for me to do something. I get that, but also, Chris has, oh my gosh, Gloga, Korean Jade, Eco 93. You had some fart themed project that I don't remember the name of. Sorry, Chris.
Korean Jade is a fantastic title. I absolutely love that.
Is Bath the name of one of your things? I feel like it was. I know it's also a song title. I don't. There was some harsh thing. Chris is watching and won't respond because because we're being bashful. But
he's busy having a wife and living life like a regular fucking person, fucking 1%er over here.
Interestingly enough, every now and again, I get men who will message me. We're gonna put on another tape before I complain about these men. Let's put on one of my new tapes. No, let's not.
Do it.
Look,
Do what feels right. I was honestly like almost like telling you to not untie the tape at the beginning of the stream because I felt so bad. I was like, Ben, your collections item for us on YouTube. Just fucking put on your laptop or something.
Diebath is the noisier one. Okay, that's what I remember. Diebath is your noise thing. Cackle isn't anal cackle. God damn it, Chris. Yeah, we're gonna throw on Susie. Look at her. What a fucking angel. Susie and the Banshees. My friend who I actually don't know which of the two. One of the two guys that runs the Ot Void label sent me the Susie and the Banshees tape as a gift because they love me. But okay, I have had a few times in the last year or two men message me to complain about how their wives do not appreciate the art they enjoy. Now, I would love, and I mean, and to be fair, obviously, a marriage is a complex thing, and I'm not trying to simplify it, but also, I would love so badly, or not badly, bad is the wrong word. I would deeply appreciate somebody loving me so much that my obnoxious hobbies were something that they could appreciate with me, even if they didn't enjoy them themselves.
Yeah, absolutely.
Not complain to a stranger on the internet about it, saying, "Oh, I love my wife, but she doesn't understand my guitar music." It's like, oh, fuck you, man! Like, your wife clearly decided to commit, in theory, the rest of her life with you, and that includes your love of stupid ass black metal.
Yeah.
And it's okay. Like I love so many people, and obviously not romantically. I have such love for. I mean, I connect deeply with people when I connect with them. I have friends who I love. Chris and his fucking anal cackle. That's one of them. Have to love everything somebody loves, and in fact, one of the things I love the most is when somebody I care about expresses a passion for something, and I don't understand it, but they light the fuck up sharing that passion with me.
Yeah, absolutely. Like the resonance of having someone else's passions is absolutely attractive. I think in other people, like from a platonic standpoint, even like that's like a big thing.
The thing, so like,
My ex was exactly like that, and Lord knows she was patient as hell. She finally got tired of me dragging her to metal shows after I flew her out to go to a Migration Fest in Olympia, Washington, and then like was like, I'm tapped out.
You went to Migration in Olympia?
Yeah.
Oh, that was such a fun. That was the only one I went.
That was such a good fest.
I had the best time there. That was right before I moved to New York. My whole life was a wreck. I was for the sake of other people, we won't go into it. I was in a really dark place. Really dark place. Like I'm glad that I'm still here. Dark place. And Migration was like that connection, that reconnection rather, with my values and my people. And I also got yelled at by Adam. I mean, you were watching Ms. Moore.
Yeah, I was walking around the streets of Olympia too. I know exactly. Right?
Yeah, no. I definitely got yelled at by Adam from Gillian Media a couple times at Migration, but Adam's my friend. I mean, I don't know if he thinks I'm his friend, but no, Adam's my friend, and I got chewed out by Adam a couple times at Migration. But also, every night after Migration would end, we'd end up, eating the tofu chicken fingers together. So I don't know.
I miss the food from that place so much. Honestly, that Reef Diner that was out there was like the fucking best.
You were at that same shitty diner too.
Oh, I loved it. I would kill to have that fucking diner out here.
We went there every night, and Kim,
I bet you I saw you. Like, I bet you I saw you there with my partner.
You
like,
did. I looked a little.
I ate there probably every night.
So Kim convinced me to try this thing called Calimocho. It's an Italian thing. I don't know if it's an Italian thing. I'm not Italian. I don't think Kim's Italian. It's an Italian thing. It's mixing Coca-Cola with red wine.
Oh, okay.
Yes. So we would order a glass of red wine and a glass of Coca-Cola. And I don't drink soda usually. But I'm like, when in Rome, fuck it. Like I am in Olympia. I don't know what I'm doing. Like, fuck it. So I was drinking a bunch of this sugar wine with Kim Kelly. And again, like having the weirdest fucking time of my life. It was like a month before I moved to New York. And Migration Fest was beautiful. I'm glad you were there. That was really fun. And
it was like the most familial experience I've had, like in a public venue. It was really wild. It was definitely like a one of a kind thing that first time it happened, I think.
Yeah, Roadburn, and if you ever get to go to Roadburn,
I would die to go to Roadburn. Like,
it's the same sort of feeling. And I did both of those for the first time that year. And oh my gosh, I mean, Roadburn is home. My friends in the Netherlands, I mean, and that's not to discount my U.S. friends, but like, there is something about Roadburn that feels like you're safe, and not like safe space way. I mean, I'm sure there's plenty of the regressive right wing types there too, but Roadburn feels welcoming. You will see a stranger with a stupid shirt or back patch and be like, dude, and they get excited that you're excited. And I love that. Migration had that too, but just Roadburn is on a larger scale because it's like 5 venues in the same town.
Yeah, makes sense.
But yeah, no, that Migration thing was so fucking cool.
But that was the breaking point for my ex for sure. She was like, it got so saturated because she went to everything with me there, and she absolutely supported my habits, as it were. But I basically couldn't go to metal shows with her after that because she had been so tapped out by it. But she's always been very supportive. So
yeah, that's wonderful. And Roger, Olympia is not home of the Italians. Kim, who is from the Northeast here, said it was an Italian thing. The staff at the diner that we ordered this drink from were very confused. It was not an Italian spot. Olympia is definitely not an Italian
Why
spot.
did you even bother with that? They had that fucking beautiful Olympia draft beer that was like this cheap Rainier shit that would be like,
Oh, yeah,
it was
no,
like
that-
$3 a pint or something, and it was fantastic. Like it was okay. I've heard people from that area shit on that beer before, but like,
No, it's good. Olympia. And okay, the tagline. Do you know what the tagline for Olympia beer?
I don't know.
It's the water.
As a Texan, I'll say it's better than Shiner. It's better than Shiner, and Shiner's more expensive. That's
Yeah, totally. But I just love. So like I'd have friends when I lived in the Pacific Northwest who'd be like, "I'm not drunk. I'm drinking water," and it's like, oh god, like that's such a childish thing. But also, I loved it every time I heard it because I'm like, yeah, it's the water. Like that is the dumbest fucking phrase, and I love it. Love how stupid that is.
that was. I mean, that was every night of my time out there that week was just like those cheap ass Olympia pints and like the fucking vegetarian chicken sandwich that they had at that Reef Diner. Like that was just.
It was so good. Like it was wrong that it was that good. And red wine and Sprite, Robert. I haven't tried that, but look,
I don't think I could ever mix wine. It's just not gonna happen. Like I'm gonna drink wine for wine, and I don't really want to cut it. It's not a spirit. Why are you trying to mix it?
Look, I am trying to ruin my life, Madeline. Why do you think I have a YouTube channel? I will drink red wine and Sprite, and I'll do it like a reaction video, and we'll have like the cover image where it's like spraying up my.
Yeah, you're the one with an audience. I'm just my thoughts are too incendiary for me to have an audience.
I mean, to be fair, fucking audience. Look,
don't buy bad red wine, Robert.
Yeah, no. Like Chris, I like
buy decent shit.
You want to put it's real. If it's real bad red wine, you want to put fruit in it. I mean, okay, look, I might be wrong, but I think if you're doing the sangria thing, you're supposed to use a specific wine that's meant for that. Yeah, not just random ass red wine.
I believe it's typically a Tempranillo. You could probably get away with a cab as well.
Tempranillo, that tracks. I mean, and again, Roger, who is watching, is actually from Spain. Roger will correct me and make me feel pathetic about sangria and all that, and Tempranillo. But also, Roger, you're a trash goblin. Yeah. Roger is talking about absinthe and Dr. Pepper. So, I mean, Nick Jr. Okay, Roger, you are younger than me. Nick Jr. was not around when I was young enough for a Nick Jr.
No, bullshit. It was around. I'm
No.
your age.
My little sister watched Nick Jr. I did not, but she watched this show, which I will never forget the theme song for, and it's called Gullah Gullah Island.
Gullah Gullah Island was on when I was like fucking 6 years old. You're a liar.
I wasn't allowed to watch television during certain years, so that was when I was maybe 9 and my sister was 7. And
You're younger than me, aren't you? You're like
What?
32?
I'm 33.
Okay. You're 1 year older than me. So, like, you have
Same
no
thing,
experience.
basically. Yeah, if you're within 3 years of me, you're the same age as me, basically.
I
Yeah.
have a traumatic memory associated with Gullah Gullah Island that
I'm
struck
very
when I
sorry.
was roughly 6 years. No, don't be, but I know for sure that it was on when I was like 6 years old because it was on the television when this traumatic thing happened to me. So I like, if you could mention one show that I knew absolutely that happened when I was a kid, that's the one.
Okay. Yeah, no, but Gullah Gullah Island, I mean, I probably didn't see till I was 8 or 9. Which, I mean, I guess I was technically potentially in the age group for Nick Jr., but my sister would talk back. There was this host, and I know that you, Madeline, then know the host, Face. His name was Face. He was just a face. He was a color change face on the screen, and it would always say, "Hi there, Face here," and I hated it because I was just old enough to know that was annoying. And I mean, to be fair, it was.
I mean, it was, yeah. You're not
And
wrong.
I had no patience for fucking anything because I was a play in the yard kind of kid, and my sister was a talk back to the television kid. So Face would greet us and my younger sibling, and again, I mean, we're talking a 6-year-old girl, 7-year-old girl. I love her. We're not, the woman she is today is not the child she was then.
Corinne would talk to face, and I was not allowed to be upset by this. And oh my god, Run, run. I am going to kill you. I have never been on YouTube this long, and I'm really glad we are now because this comment alone is the pinnacle of my entire experience of having a live streaming anything.
Did you imagine that your Halloween live stream would end that way when you envisioned this scenario?
Roger, I'm tell your partner what you have just told me. I mean, to be fair, you were probably doing it too, but oh my. I'm sorry, and I know you live in actual New York, Roger, from the Bronx, so this is really. What? Tell me about the episode, Roger. Tell me about Lil Bill on September 11th. This is so dark. If I'm ever going to be canceled, it's going to be for this. For laughing.
I'm glad to be a part of it.
For laughing.
Lord knows this is going to happen in my presence.
Bill and September 11th. Roger, why? What? Oh my god, dude.
Got 9/11. We got Israel Palestine. I'm just here fucking wrecking up the place right now. I'm just burning the house down.
I've been trying to do this for a long time. Thank you.
Listen, if we're gonna purify through self-immolation, it's one of my specialties.
So earlier this year, I had a discussion with my friend, now my former partner, and we talked about being an agent of chaos, and we talked about Roger being an agent of chaos, and how I am kind of one too, and I'm watching this unfold in real time as Roger gets me really, really way too giddy excited by talking about watching canceled as Bill Cosby's children's show during the attack on the World Trade Center. Like, I am like, dude, I feel like Blondie or rather the nerds. You've got me hanging on the telephone here. I need to know more. I am dying to know more, Roger, and you are not telling me, and my heart hurts because I want to know about Lil Bill.
I do need elaboration on this, I will say.
Well, it's like how in the early days of YouTube, they would have oh shit, never mind. Roger has left a comment. I don't care about what I'm saying. He is rude to his friend who is playing a shitty violin and gets grounded for it. So you were watching Lil Bill learn about being cruel while crashing into the World Trade Center. And I mean, you were like, okay, you were 5 years old, Roger? You were 5. Because I was 14. And I was getting dressed to go to freshman year of high school. Goddamn, Roger. He wasn't supportive of his friend's Epica covers. I mean, to be fair, fuck Epica. Fuck power metal. I get the feeling many of this stream are somewhere along the alignment of chaotic dumbass. I mean, I think that's generous. I don't even know if I get to be chaotic dumbass. I'm like the clown emoji. Like
solidarity. Yeah.
I just that's it. I mean, I think that's the thing. Like, I happen to have a platform. That's quite literally it. I'm not, and I mean this in the most generous way, because if any of you have any desire to waste the time of everybody you've ever loved building a media presence, it's easy. Be an idiot long enough and people will eventually just congregate around it because they want to watch. Again, as I said hours ago, people like to watch other people suffer. People like to watch things that are a little tragic. Also because there's a human experience to that, to be fair. We connect over shared trauma. And as I sit here fumbling, there's something about that, and I don't know. I think people are fighting outside. I'm hearing people yelling outdoors.
Hmm.
I'm not gonna put it on the internet because that's their private shit that they're airing.
It's just that New York lifestyle.
There about a week ago, there was a couple that pulled up their car across the street. I live in an intersection with a 5-way stop. There's like a bunch of different streets that congregate right below my windowsill. This couple decided to pull up at the corner of a busy intersection at about 12:15 in the morning on a Friday, Saturday, something, and it was. They were yelling at each other, and I'm thinking, oh, this sounds like it's going poorly. The man starts threatening to kill the woman. She starts telling him, I know that you only see me on the weekend because you won't tell your friends you love me. And it just devolves, and I'm thinking, oh, this is gonna wrap up rapidly because they're already at this point. She's in the car, he's not in the car, she's gonna drive away. No, for an hour and a half they fight. Then they make out and leave together.
Honestly, the most fascinating part of this story is that someone in New York had a car to me.
There's a lot of people in New York with cars, and I wish I was one of them because I really, really could use a break sometimes. Like, no, I mean, I am not moneyed, but if I had even an extra few dollars, I would do like what I see, like, Instagram exists. I would take a weekend and like find a quiet place with like trees and water and get away for a bit because that's where I grew up, was trees and water. And I'd love to just get out of town for a day because especially like the pandemic's only been 7 months now, 8 months. I, however, found myself bedridden a year and a half ago. So I that's it. Let's put on another tape. I've got more beer to drink. I don't know what tape this is. Oh, this looks. I think there might be. I can't even tell because it's a collage. There may be human genitals on this, so I can't show you the tape. But it's Mercury Ribbon. It's from the Janishoved label, so it's probably really pretty because that's what they specialize in.
Do you still have viewers right now? Are there still fucking people in here at this point?
There's 7 people watching, so we're doing better than we've been doing most of the night.
There's 7. Okay, damn. Okay, wow.
Yeah, you're a wonderful co-host. You're doing a great job. And to be fair, I mean, aside from being a great counterpoint, you're prettier and you are cleverer. And maybe it's because I've run out of things to say. I'm not going to insult my own cleverness, but
you're being very generous. But if I can offer any positive counterpoint, then I'm happy to provide that extra verbal recognition to whatever you have to throw out into the world. As long as I'm not diminishing your audience by merely existing.
I don't care. We're 4 hours in. At this point, everything goes. There's not anything. I'm enjoying myself too much to face myself with petty concerns such as bedtime. I mean, it's Halloween. You're in an end zone. So
wait, listen, hear me out. I don't know. I'm honestly too ignorant to know how time zones work. I know that it's daylight savings time weekend out here.
Mm-hmm.
So you've got an extra hour right now, basically, is what I'm telling you. So, I mean, if you want to hang out and dick off and listen to me speak inanities into the world, like my 30 Twitter followers, most of whom are bots, do, then you're welcome to listen to me talk here.
No, we're glad to have you. It's an honor.
I'm like Olivia Borghi, but stupider. So
I don't know who that is.
Oh, she's like queer metal trans woman #1. She's like a PhD mathematician. She's like everything that I am, but like better on more levels.
Really?
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, don't sell yourself short because I know who you are and I don't know who she is, and I'm sure she's lovely. And I mean that in the most,
and I are not yet acquainted. I'm sure we'd get along. I hope. Like don't sell yourself short at the expense of someone else. Because I also find that attention and popularity land so randomly. Because I used to think it was just based on like who you know and all that dumb shit. Like there's like, oh, if I'm in with so and so, I'll. It's not that way. Because like, I'm friends with some really important people, and I'm friends with some really people who are unimportant. And I'm where I am, and I don't think much of it either way. I have friends who know all the important people who are nobody, and I love them dearly. And I have friends who know nobody and are somehow, on this like weird astronomical rise. So don't. I think attention, which is a burden as much as it's a gift, is such a randomized thing anyway. So this other individual is no better or worse than you. She's just different from you.
Very kind words. I'm not trying to build clout or anything.
No, also having
the internet is not my professional life, so it's not a concern of mine. So.
That's good. I mean, I wish it wasn't a concern of mine. I mean, to be fair, I'm also more worried about like, are my friends hanging out and not telling me? Like that's always more of a concern. Like, am I being ignored? I mean, not really. Nobody's hanging out with anybody. It's COVID year. This year has been like a fucking get out of jail free card. All of my insecurities have vanished because like, I mean, and again.
Oh God, that is the Lord's truth.
I'm not trying to diminish the hundreds of thousands of deaths or the immense pain, but like as somebody who's disabled and has been stuck at home for, I was home for a year before this happened. The one tiny joke I can make and pretend to be a positive is that nobody's hanging out with me. That said, obviously, fuck everything about this. I would rather have FOMO than know anybody's dying. And I hate that I even have to, like, I'm too compassionate to actually even make that joke without ruining the joke.
No, I get that 100%, because there's been times where I'm just like, oh, I can't go to the concerts I had tickets for before COVID hit, and then there's like thousands of people dead.
Yeah.
Like, I have no right to complain about like not getting to see a band or something. Like
exactly. I mean, last year, so Ulver played in New York in March of 2019. The day I was admitted to the hospital for ulcerative colitis. And I am one of the few lucky Americans who had already seen them live before in another country. It was their first U.S. performance, I think. I'm pretty sure. But, like, it still broke my heart that I'm about to, I had tickets to see this band I love, and I am, shitting blood and in the hospital about to die. Obviously, I'm not about to die because I didn't die, but thinking I'm about to die. Supposedly about to die. Janthony says, my brother and I are both of the mind that it's fucking great learning how to be content with being alone. I'm further weaponizing my lack of fucks. LOL. It is good to learn how to be alone. I've been struggling greatly with that myself. I mean, we're all friends here. I spent 12 years living with somebody I was romantically attached to. Not the same person the whole time, but like one way or another. From the age of 21 to 33, I never had to or got to, which are two very different things, be alone. I'm learning a lot, and it's honestly really challenging, but really beautiful too. Like, I didn't think it was really beautiful a few weeks ago, but it actually is. It's been really, really wonderful in a way.
It's an experience. I actually think I have you beat because I'm only 32, but I have that life since I was 19. So
That's the same then, actually. Yeah, I mean, you had like 13 years. It was like literally like about a week after I turned 21. A friend of mine moved in with me, and the second she moved in with me, we became not friends. And not in the enemies way, but in the other way, which was really, really fucking stupid on my part. But I looked up to her. She was a couple years older than me, and when you're 21 and a 24-year-old is like interested in you, it's like, oh God, she bought me beer when I was 20, and now wants to talk to me. She wants to talk with me. I mean, and to be fair, she's a good person. We're not. I'm saying this at my own expense, not at hers. We don't talk shit on our exes on the internet. But, yeah, I definitely, learned a lot about finding validation from anywhere but my own self at a young age. Now, I'm learning a lot about it, actually, and it's weird. Like, a lot of things I thought I didn't like, I'm learning I like, and vice versa, to be fair. There are a lot of things that I realize I really put on to impress people, and now that I have nobody to impress, and I'm living my own existence in this, I mean, it's like, oh, what color walls do I want my room to be even? It's like, well, what do I want? Like, it's silly, but like all those things are like, or having string lights, or having a 4-hour YouTube thing where I play tapes. All of these things are my choices from, and it's really
We've reached 4 hours now. That's wild.
Yeah,
but
I know.
To pony that, it's not silly. I mean,
well, yeah,
assessing your own needs and desires is absolutely critical, and it's honestly, from our standpoint, liberating to like be able to carve out those parts of your own identity that you may or may not have had access to before. Like
entirely. And it's been, I mean, it's scary. It's like suddenly, it's like I'd given myself training wheels for my entire adult life so far, and now
you're in it.
And to be fair, I should have been in it a long time ago. I have friends who are younger than me, considerably younger than me, who maybe have a stronger sense of self than I do. And that said, I mean, I've always had, since I was 25, had this website and YouTube channel and all that, and that's been really cool too. I've always had a foot in the door of self-actualization, but now I've been diving in headfirst into the entirety of it, and it's really cool. Like, it's cool to say, warts and all, this is me, and if I don't like some part of that, well, that's for me to resolve between nobody but myself. And I'm not worried about my family or a partner. I used to be worried about family. The first time I went to Roadburn in 2016, my grandmother printed out the entire review, 10 pages on printed paper, of my writing on Roadburn. And she said, hey, Ben, I'd like to talk to you about this. And I thought, and she'd already asked me maybe years before what black metal was. Like, my grandma, who passed away this June, was a beautiful woman. But she said, hey, I want to talk to you about what you've written about Roadburn. And I thought, oh, what did I say? Where have I crossed a line? And she said, look, you're using the passive voice far too far. and it was and it was silly, but like, it was so important for me to have a 90-year-old woman say that to me. And she was 90 at the time. I was like, Grandma does not care
that I'm disgusting, or that is the word I mean, that I'm discussing disgusting bands. She does not care that I'm talking about going to bed at 3 in the morning after drinking all day and waking up at 11 to do the same, more heavy metal. My grandmother is concerned that as a writer, I'm not using my voice properly. You know, and it was such an important learning thing for me. But like in the last 2 years, like I've learned like a lot more on how to worry about how I view me, not how somebody else views me, because everybody else can go. And not that I want them to. I'd love to keep my loved ones around, but I am stuck with me. And I really fucking hope I like me when I go to bed at night. You know, and that was such an empowering thing to gain from that, but also especially from my recent time of being by myself. And I know that Madeline, you in the last number of months have also had a newer experience with that. And I'm not trying to out you on the internet.
Indeed. I'm open book. It doesn't fucking matter. But
it's oddly.
Oh God! I just realized that I'm like on YouTube. I shouldn't be like swearing on your platform without like consent.
I swear frequently.
Okay.
I know you see it.
Just like I know how I don't even know if you monetize your shit, but like I'm not gonna like I shouldn't be dropping F-bombs on your channel.
I haven't monetized it ever. I have a Patreon, and I don't even mention it half the time because I feel self-conscious about it. Because and like my mother used to pay $25 a month into my Patreon. My mom, we love my mom. My mom also likes Limp Bizkit, so we talk shit on my mom. Loving it.
$3 bill, y'all, is still somewhat permissible.
When my mother signed up for Facebook.com, her Facebook, it was back in the 10 years ago when you had a Facebook quote. Remember when you had a quote on Facebook?
Oh, yes.
It was, life's just a blast. It's moving really fast. You better stay on top of it. And then she attributed the quote to my mom loves Limp Bizkit. Also loves The Cure and David Bowie and all sorts of bands who we can artistically justify. But my mother is also the reason I got into Korn when I was 11 years old, is because she liked them and was like, oh, I'm buying this CD because Freak on a Leash is a good song. She did not like when I got into Orgy because she liked New Order too much to appreciate that. And I respect her for that now, but at the time I was very cross with her because I thought Orgy was cool as hell. I first two albums because I'm that age. You know,
I've had a legitimate response to what you had posited earlier, and now I've completely lost it because I'm just thinking about like Limp Bizkit on Facebook now. So I apologize if I had an actual thing to say.
That's okay.
I just evolved into this. I got too excited, and this is just where we're at now.
About my mom talking about Fred Durst.
Yeah, I don't. That has enlivened me to a degree that I cannot.
No, I mean it's.
Yes. Okay, wait. No, Jenk, your shit. That's it. Oh, God, that. Okay, the new Neil Cicerega is like not quite at the same level as his last ones, but the one that came out this year is quite brilliant, I will say, even if it is less brilliant than the others. Okay, Are you familiar with those, Ben? The Mouth series of mashups.
I don't know who this is. So I mean,
he is an internet personality responsible for YouTube phenomenons circa 2007. No, wait, it was 2006 because it was before the election. The 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 Pokemon song, the Potter Puppet Pals. He is the provocateur of the musical artistry of Lemon Demon, and now he does these mashup series under a mouth sounds, mouth silence series, etc.
I don't know this, but
Oh, I am too online. Let me assure you.
I thought you. 2006, so he was like the beginning of YouTube.
He's been online for a long time.
Because I first found YouTube in 2006 when a friend of mine who doesn't know me anymore, but I'm still aware of her presence. She uploaded a video of herself to YouTube.com in 2006, like January 2006, like early 2006, dancing to the Pokemon theme song, which, and she posted it she linked it to MySpace, and I remember clicking that and thinking, what is YouTube? Like, and it looked quite different from this, obviously. And it was grainy, it was shitty because it was, real player era, basically. And then suddenly now if I want to look for a video, that's the only place I go. It's really fucking weird.
I have two things to say about that story. The first being you referencing Real Player, because my first experience with heavy metal music was seeing the video for Machine Head from their
The Burning Red.
The Burning Red era. I can't remember which single it was. I think it was the Blood, Sweat, the Tears.
Hey.
No, it was From This Day. Yes, it was, with the fucking eyeball. That was like my first thing. It's so embarrassing. That was like what got me into metal when I was like 13 or something like that.
Oh god, he had his like stand-up hair and all that.
Oh yeah. Oh god, that was my shit.
Oh no, I loved that album. The Burning Red was one of the first songs I learned to play on guitar. Which is actually a beautiful song, and I will not say a negative word about that.
Oh no, I will not dismiss that album, and I will still defend it.
Yeah, no, I will too. I mean, I can also acknowledge why purists disliked it, having had prior experience. I was a teenager; that was new to me.
It's better than Supercharger. Let's be real.
Yeah. I mean, what was it? Oh god. What was that song? Oh, the song from Supercharger, but the dream where you can't stop from falling. Your world's crashing around you. When I was like 15, that really hit, and it really doesn't hit now. Oh god, it doesn't hit. But yeah, no. The Burning Red had its moments. I haven't revisited it in probably over a decade, but the title track was beautiful. Sad song, and I love a sad ballad. Still, always will love a sad ballad. Now I'm more in the vein of, like The Cure or the Bronski Beat or something with my sad ballads.
A little bit more sophistication, as it were.
I don't know if there's more sophistication. It's just allegedly more artistically credible because it's not on a rap metal album. But no, I mean, The Burning Red, oh god, that was a sad-ass song. Homeboy was dealing with, like, eating disorders and all manner of stuff. Like, he truly struggled. And I don't think it's fair to dismiss that simply because of the format in which he chose to express it, which was very common of the era.
Yeah.
Fuck it. Like, also, I know a lot of people felt that he was trying to piggyback on a moment when he addressed Phil Anselmo's racist bullshit, but I think he was actually being quite transparent and honest.
Yeah, no, I agree. I'm right there with you on that. I think it wasn't like the most profound thing someone could have done, but I honestly did appreciate it at the time.
I don't need Rob from Machine Head to be profound.
Yeah, exactly. He's not the person I would expect to be, but like to know that he's like on at least the side of humanity that's going to be like, this isn't cool. That's really all I need from him, and that's what he did pretty much. Yeah.
What I do expect him to be is honest and clear, because I mean, it's one of those things like I don't necessarily view myself as a person that has all the answers. I think it would be arrogant to view oneself differently from that, perhaps. But I do try to be open and to learn from my mistakes, and that is what I view him as being as an artist and as a human being. I don't even like most of his band's output. It's not like this is somebody. He always struck me as a genuine person, being honest with his art, with his statements, and whether it was in talking about having an eating disorder, whether it was talking about being abused as a child, he always struck me as somebody who's like, oh yeah, you're maybe not an open book, but if I turn your pages, the words that are written are the truth. And that's really kind of what I expect of him and what he has displayed. So yeah, if I had to pick a band to listen to, I don't know if I'd throw Machine Head on, but if I had to pick between Machine Head and Pantera, 100 times out of 100, I'd pick Machine Head. For personality. I mean, and if you're watching this and you like Pantera and you feel some sort of knee-jerk reaction, I don't need to hear that. I've heard it before. I have so many friends who love that band, and work it out with somebody else because I don't have the energy for you tonight or
that's
another time in the future. They're Pantera, and I know that half of them are dead, and I'm not trying to speak ill of the dead. We're just talking shit on Phil Anselmo, and when Phil Anselmo is dead, we're still talking shit on Phil Anselmo. Because and I say to somebody who, I don't fucking care what you think of me. I think Phil Anselmo has been using just enough vulnerability publicly to get away with being kind of a despicable person for nigh on 30 years. And if your band is using the Confederate flag as your secondary symbol, then I can't relate to you, because when I lived in Tennessee, the Confederate flag was the symbol of all of the kids that called it a flag.
I've never known anyone who's flown the Confederate flag to be a good person. Giving them the benefit of the doubt in my youth, because spoilers, growing up in Texas, I've known plenty of those folks, and they usually don't pan out to be great folks.
Yeah.
And my brother, who's genuinely a good person, will stand Pantera probably to his grave, and I won't change his mind about that. But God, Phil Anselmo is a fucking clown, and I'm not gonna fuck with his shit anymore. Like, I like the first couple Down albums, but I'm not gonna be playing them. I'm just not really gonna be feeling them with the way he's been acting. Like.
No, I think that was a much better band because it had musicians from bands that I found more interesting. Yeah, undeniably. If I have to pick one Southern sludge band that I will listen to for the rest of my life, it would be Acid Bath. And I think that's a really predictable thing to say. But
what you're telling me is that you're not a Thou fan.
I'm a Thou fan. I've seen Thou too many times, and I say that lovingly. I mean, again, if you look on my YouTube channel, and I'm not saying this to...
I'm just like basically your co-host at this point. You're telling me that I'm not a fan is what you're trying to say to me right now. So
if you look on this channel, if you Google the phrase "Thou Ordinary World," watch on my channel Thou doing a Duran Duran cover at Migration Fest, which you saw with me. I talked to Brian before they played, and he's like, "Yeah, we're gonna cover Duran Duran." I'm like, "Oh my god, you're covering Duran Duran?" He's like, "Yeah, I don't know." I mean, no, he was excited about it. I'm just talking shit, but so I was waiting all night up in the fucking balcony at Migration Fest with my phone like this, like so that I could film Thou doing a Duran Duran cover. I love Thou dearly. If I had to pick, I don't view Thou as part of that same zeitgeist of the 1990s, though. Like, if we're looking,
right.
But the good old boys, Sammy Duet of originally Acid Bath, then Crowbar, then
your Crowbars, your Neurosis, your foundational sludge scene, as it were.
I'll even keep Neurosis separate from that because Neurosis have become their own thing at this point.
That's fair.
But of the swamp metal of the mid 90s, Acid Bath is the one band I keep. And Crowbar has a couple albums that are holy to me. But if I had to only pick one, it would be Acid Bath because they wrote Pagan Terrorism Tactics, which is, that album opened so many doors for me. And Chris, tell me more about Soulfly, because I actually only had one Soulfly album when I was in high school, and it was their third.
Which one was it?
Three.
Okay, 3. Okay, the one before that was the peak. 3 was a decent album, I will say.
3 had the song with like dude from El Nino doing a guest vocal on it, and
Yes. Oh my god, I loved El Nino when I was like 15 years old. I had a T-shirt. I stand the fuck out of that band.
Okay, I saw them live with Seven Dust, and it was like one of the peaks of my teenage life. They played in the same building where I went to high school, because I went to high school in an art center, because my school was small. We rented space there. It was something for me. Oh, so what is swamp metal? What are the qualities that define it? I have to pee so bad it hurts.
Go take a piss, Ben. You're fine.
You can start on swamp metal. Chris, you're in the comments. Help with defining swamp metal, and I'm gonna pee really quick, and then we're gonna talk swamp metal, I guess. Roger.
I think that I am probably off base once here again as someone who has already declared the fact that they're an outsider on the metal scene. As far as my perception goes, swamp metal is alluded to the sludge metal scene from the South that alludes to the Athens, Georgia, and Baton Rouge, Louisiana scene, as far as I'm aware, and refers to that particular subset of sludge metal. Yes, I hate God, absolutely. I believe we don't want to call early Mastodon that, though, right? Like, we're not going to go there. I don't think that would count. Remission was definitely not like a swamp metal album. But you could probably get away with saying like Kailasa, I would say. Like early Kailasa, probably. I shouldn't just watch the chat when I'm the only one on stream right now. So I wouldn't necessarily say what do we put in swamp? I'm like not the authority on this. Like Acid Bath is the only one that's really coming to mind, honestly. Like them and I Hate God are like Southern Sludge and Southern Doom, like I get, but I don't know who we're qualifying as swamp. That, and I feel like it's not a tag I've ever actively used. Soylent Green? Really? They're not. They veered almost into like thrash territory though. Like they were kind of fast. I saw Soylent Green when I was a teenager. They're not. What the fuck are you guys talking about? Maylene and the Sons of Disaster? They're like a fucking southern hardcore band. Are you kidding me? Like, yeah, they're from the right area, but like, it doesn't. It's not the genre. The sound is distinctly different from like the area the band comes from. Maylene and the Sons of Disaster is great, by the way. I will stand them, and Okay, I've just had this shit. No.
Oh my god,
you're back here.
The alarm has just gone down.
No, I am not the host for your channel, let me say.
Okay, so I'm just gonna read the comments as we catch up. I don't know what the fuck. I Hate God, yeah. Acid Bath and I Hate God, yeah. First two, I think.
I was spitballing because I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about, and then yeah, this shit shut down, so.
Hi, Sweet Pea. So I've left my door open because my roommate's cat, who is the goth girl of the house. Hi, sweetie, come here. I'm trying to be her friend. I Hate God and Acid Bath. Honestly, I will be straight up with you. I do not enjoy I Hate God. You rubbed me the wrong way when I was young, and I never tried.
Okay, my question is, do you have more to expound on this genre? Because as far as a tag goes, swamp metal is not a thing that I feel like I'm exceptionally familiar with. Like I get like sludge bands, I get southern doom bands,
yeah,
but
I mean,
if
I'm
you're going to
also,
describe sludge, do you have like more than 5 bands to throw out? Really?
yeah. I mean, I'm also just kind of spitballing when I use a term like swamp metal. It's that is not a genre, but it's like an understood thing. It's like the NOLA scene, as it were. But also then somehow these bands from Texas get thrown in, and bands from other swampy places like some northern Floridian acts get thrown in. And yeah, I hate God do seem like a bunch of shitheads, but also I have friends who are friends with them, and allegedly they're not. But when you use the N word in a song title, I am not inclined
Yeah.
that we're going to get along. That again, just maybe a guess, a stretch of the imagination here that you and I do not view the world through the same eyes, and I probably don't want to see them through yours. But like Crowbar, Acid Bath. And the first Goat Whore album had a little bit of it before they went kind of black metal-y. Soylent Green, absolutely, especially like Sewn Mouth Secrets. Roger, I don't care. You do not get to give people permission. You've been trying to give me N-word permission for a while now because you think it's funny. You don't get to give N-word permission. But I cannot wait to watch somebody think that you have successfully given it to them because we get to watch their downfall. That will be beautiful. I mean, it's just if you're from a place that is swampy, swamp metal. I think a lot of the bands from Florida when I lived there were kind of swamp metal. You had, but some of them were not at all swamp metal. They just happened to be living in a swampy place. Life of Agony is subway metal. Now, I have nothing but respect for Mina Caputo and all that she's been through, but I only know the River Runs Red album, and that album there's so much pain in that record. I know that you're making a joke, but I think that is probably the only album with gang vocals that you can also be like, oh, this fucking hurts. Like, I love that early Life of Agony shit. And I know that they became like an alt-rock band for a minute there in the 90s, and I don't know what they're up to now. I appreciate that she's one of the first openly trans metal musicians. I haven't followed what they're up to. But given that they filmed the video for Through and Through on Coney Island, they totally are subway metal. I love that. We got Cephalic Carnage, Napalm Death, Soylent Green, Nashville Pussy. I feel like I remember
that tour definitely came out to San Antonio when I was like 17. I saw that show for sure.
Okay. I lived too far away from anywhere. That didn't actually come anywhere near me, but I remember reading about it in magazines.
I can't remember who was headlining that one. I think at that one it was Napalm Death. There's so many shows that I went to in high school that blur together, and I'm like, was that in my head? That could have been either the Napalm Death show, or that could have been the fucking Creator show, or that could have been the.
Well, you got to see some nice things. I mean, Cephalic Carnage and Napalm Death both are really top tier bands in my personal book, and I've never seen either one live.
Oh, really? Oh, wow.
Yeah, and like quite literally, I took it off to put this on. I've had this Napalm Death shirt for fucking forever. You can tell that it's worn to shit. I love Napalm Death. I love Cephalic Carnage. Lucid Interval was a gateway record for me. I never got to see those bands live. And Cephalic Carnage basically doesn't gig anymore. They're not broken up, but
they're not like super active though anymore.
No, they play like one show every couple of years because I think they just get too high and don't do anything. That's their shit.
On brand, yeah.
I'm sure there's more to it than that. I have a feeling it has nothing to do with marijuana.
So, picking your brain, you're not a reviewer per se, but I've seen a lot of polarization regarding new Napalm Death. What's your take on that so far?
So, the new album cover rubbed me the wrong way, and I
recall that. I remember seeing that on Twitter.
I know. People got so mad at me for that, I
get it. I get it. I get both sides, really.
No, I do too, and that's the thing. People are like, "Oh, well, it's it's like that in extreme vegan imagery meant to make you feel uncomfortable with the treatment of animals.
Yeah.
And my first thought was, well, I mean, of course, but also if I recoil from this thing that I ostensibly am the target audience for, I don't enjoy that experience. It's just like people have told me that I will like the band Pissgrave. I believe that if I heard the band Pissgrave and I did not see their album art, I would like the band Pissgrave. I will probably never find out what I think about Pissgrave because I do not want to look at their album covers. Napalm Death is not nearly on that level. I have not yet put on their new album because I was really depressed this year, and I mostly listened to a band called the London Suede, or if you're from Europe, Suede, and they're not the London Suede in their home country, but in the U.S. trademarks. So I listened to some glam rock most of this year because I was depressed. That said, Napalm Death, I feel, in 2003, they put out an album called The Code is Red, Long Live the Code.
Yes, that's
It was kind of
peak,
this
peak death grind, honestly. Like
right.
that's
It was this strange period of rebirth for them. It also happened to be when I was a teenager, and I was a total target audience for that. But even as somebody who's then gone both backwards and forwards with them since then, it seems like they kind of had like some kind of figuring out who they were in the mid 90s. And I don't dislike diatribes or any of that. I love that shit, in fact. But they had this moment, and they The Silence is Deafening came out as a single, and it was like they were
yeah. Oh God.
back to life. They clicked into what they really need to be doing, and then they put out a series of records, to be fair, following that were all of excellent pedigree. I will say none of those, if you're marking any of those with a number categorization and you give it less than an 8 of 10, you're fucking wrong. For a number of years, maybe even a decade straight following that, they just had a perfect streak. It was incredible. And that said, the last couple they had was it, Apex Predator, Easy Meat or whatever. It had a really gross album cover, and I was at a lower point in life. And then this new one, again, it had a gross album cover, and I was at a lower point in life. I know that when I eventually put them on, I will probably love them. I think Napalm Death is one of those bands that had a late career peak that just never fucking went away, and suddenly they've been a band for 30 years, and somehow the last 15 of that have been better than the first 15. It's fucking crazy to me, and I really hope that I'm on that level with whatever it is the hell I choose to do, because wow. Napalm Death really hit their stride. You'd say late in their career, but now it's in the middle of their career. So yeah, no,
They've been around like literally as long as we've been alive. It's fucking wild.
No, I mean, their first record was 86, I want to say. 85. And
I think Scum came out 88, I want to say.
I don't know. I thought it was,
I know they released a couple things before that, but I think when like Greenway and the team were like on there, I think it was 87 or 88. So
I mean, that makes sense, because I know that the first Godflesh album was 88 or 89, and that was, Justin Broderick was on half of Scum, but not all of it. And he left to do Godflesh, and Godflesh is one of my favorite bands of all time. So yeah, I mean, it all tracks, like the mid-late 80s, year specific, whatever. But yeah, it's insane to me that they have somehow blossomed into something even more potent and, to me, relevant in their later career. So yeah, no, big love for Napalm Death, but I haven't yet heard their new album. I think I heard one song from it, and it sounded really good, and I'm not surprised. Sounded really good.
It's been divisive. Like they're kind of playing with their toolkit in a way where they're playing with this kind of noise rock thing. And I think if you want them to be the same grindcore band that you wanted from their early days, you might not like it, or even if you want the deathcore stuff they were doing in the mid 2000s, like Code is Red and stuff like that, you're not really going to get what you want. But like, it's good for what it is.
Well, like we had, earlier this year, the band Piron, they put out, and it opens.
That's like not even a death metal album, in my opinion.
And I think it's
as
their
much
best.
as I love Piron, it's like not really a death metal album, but it is brilliant. Like,
but somehow, far and away, I like it even more than I like anything they've done to this point. So if the new Napalm Death is doing anything like how Piron just kind of veered into this fucked up noise rock thing while also still being Piron, then I will probably love the new Napalm Death. Because also I love noise rock. I mean, one of my early high school favorite ugly bands was Today Is the Day.
Yes. Okay. Like,
and
if you like Today Is the Day, if you like Unsane, if you like shit like that, you're probably gonna like the new Napalm Death album.
I saw Unsane play with the Melvins, and Unsane's drummer had a reason, I don't remember why, because it's 10 years ago, where he couldn't play. So they had both the drummers of the Melvins play for Unsane at the same time.
Oh man, that's awesome.
But it was cool because like they started with just the dude from Big Business drumming, and then when they go to play Scrape, Dale Crover comes out and it's two drummers to play, just hit, and it was like, it was a really cool experience.
No, that sounds dope. Absolutely.
And then the two drummers just stay on stage while the other people switch, and it's now it's a Melvin show. It was really, really fun. I had such a good time that night. I mean, it was, again, 11 years ago in Orlando, Florida. But I had a great time. I'm sorry that Unsane's drummer was not well, but Unsane and all that shit. Like, I love that. Noise rock is cool as hell. So yeah, the new Napalm Death will probably
get to it when you're ready for it. Don't keep your expectations too high. I wouldn't say it's like their best in their catalog by any means, but I did enjoy it thoroughly.
Good.
Did you catch that single that they released earlier in the year, at least with with White Cross with the cover of Sonic Youth on there?
Oh, maybe I didn't. I didn't catch a single that they released. I caught whatever the teaser track they released from the album was. I didn't hear them do a Sonic Youth cover. I would. Again,
that was like, if you listen to the cover of White Cross by Sonic Youth they did, that's like what to expect from the album. Okay. So if you get that and you like it all right, then like that's what to go for, leaning into it. It's good though. I mean, I've heard a lot of detractors, but I enjoyed it personally, and while maybe not the best Napalm Death album in the catalog, I enjoyed it thoroughly.
Well,
thread per se. I don't remember why we got on this.
I mean, talking about tours, and
right.
About Napalm Death. No, we're having like a renaissance here, 4.5 hours in, and wow, it's hard to like the longest one we've done, but it's Halloween and fuck it, nobody else is home. The door is open. I'm trying so hard to get this cat to come visit me. I'm definitely done drinking. I don't want to get drunk. That's not of interest to me.
That's very fair.
Like, I for somebody that has a beer thing, I probably should be that person, but I'm just not.
I mean, no reason to glorify alcoholism just because you have beer in your handle.
No, well, I think that's an important piece. I'm actually working on a harm reduction episode that will be a little more scripted than this, obviously, because I think it's important that we, especially in celebrating a substance that is potentially damaging, that we address the other side of issues like that. So I've got a few friends I'm working with to build something up, because I think it's really, really vital that we, address the duality of what we are toying with here.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Simply put, I do need to end this soon, just because I don't usually talk this much. My
it has been going on very long.
I know, and you've been here for a couple hours. Thank you, because it's made it so much easier for me. But also,
you don't need to be thanking me, sir. So.
No, oh my gosh, no, it's helped a lot. My throat hurts though. Usually I'm at home in bed. My bed is right over here. Yeah, I'm smacking a cassette on my bed because I just throw shit on my bed when I'm doing these, and then I take shit off my bed when I'm not. Uh, I'm still not fully moved into many ways, but I need to give my voice some rest because it's actually starting to hurt to talk. Wow, which is really pathetic, but it's the truth. I am honest to a fault. Uh, so, Madeline, I'm going to let you go, and then I'm going to let myself go in about a minute and a half. Thank you so much for being here. I'm glad all of you've been here. It's not, but you are the person whose face I see. I'm so glad you're here, and you've been a wonderful co-host. Thank you. It's been so much fun.
This has been probably the most entertaining Halloween I could ask for. So
I'm glad.
Pleasure.
During a fucking pandemic, I'm glad that we could have a little bit of joy there. So thank you. I'll see you soon. Talk to you soon. As for the rest of you, thank you so much for putting up with nearly 5 fucking hours of me and my bullshit, and Madeline trying to mitigate the damage that I cause actively as I exist on the internet. You can hear my voice getting deeper as I try so hard not to strain it any further. I do not know why. It just, when I talk like me, I feel like a fucking game show host for one, but also it hurts. Everything hurts. Existence hurts. It's 2020. It's meant to hurt. If you've watched this far, you either just tuned in or you really love what I'm doing. Give me $1 or $2 on Patreon so that I can buy a lozenge. Don't give me money. I don't fucking need your money. I love you all so much, but I don't need money. I for at least a little while longer, I'm collecting disability checks before I finally have to go to work. Then I'll go to work and I'll actually make real money, like at least minimum wage. I have tentatively scheduled another live stream this coming Wednesday with Liam of Ms. Moore, but it's the day after the election, and I'm a little apprehensive. So send me an email. Let me know if that's actually of interest to you. I'm concerned either way, regardless of outcome, that it'll just be a little too bleak and strange and nebulous of a time for us collectively, politically, for me to want to be talking about black metal with a musician. And I don't know if any of us will have the presence of mind for it. So I'm considering sending him a text and just saying, hey, dude, let's take the week off. On the 11th of November, either way, I'm interviewing Ms. Moore and Andrew Black about their new collaborative record. That is immutable. It's happening. And it's going to be really fucking cool. But as far as reaching for new questions for an artist, after I've already interviewed him twice, once alone, once with his collaborators, I just want to make sure that I'm not trying too hard to reach for something, especially on a day when things may already be a little dark. So that's what's up. It is Halloween for another 15 minutes here in New York City. I am going to not go get candy. I'm going to go get a glass of water because my throat hurts. You are going to go wherever you go, and I love you, and I hope that you know that Halloween next year will probably be better for all of us. And if it isn't, it's your own fucking fault. I'm Ben. You're you. Thank you for being here. This has been